Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Team 10 Naruto Fell for Ino. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The light of the morning sun streamed through the window into the bedroom occupied by Naruto Uzumaki. He slowly woke up, rubbing his eyes to shake off the lingering sleepiness. Turning his head toward the calendar hanging on the wall, he squinted to read the date. Suddenly, his eyes widened in excitement. "Today's the team placements," Naruto exclaimed. He jumped out of bed, quickly getting dressed while imagining who might be on his team. "I hope I get Sakura or Hinata," he thought as he finished dressing and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Hinata was the only one who had been genuinely friendly to him, and he liked Sakura, so he hoped for either of them. After preparing a simple breakfast of eggs and bacon, he realized that ramen wasn't the healthiest option. He still loved it but decided to try something different this morning. Once he finished eating, he placed the dishes in the sink and rushed out the door, eager to avoid any trouble before team placements. Naruto dashed across the rooftops and, in just a few minutes, arrived at the academy. "I can't wait to find out my team, believe it," he shouted, pumping his fist into the air. He entered the building and made his way to the classroom, noticing he was quite early. Only two others were there, Sasuke Uchiha, who sat brooding in the middle of the room, and his best friend Shikamaru Nara, who was dozing off in the back. Naruto took a seat next to Shikamaru, waiting for the others to arrive. Sasuke turned to him, a smirk on his face. "Hey Dobe, what are you doing here? You're only supposed to be here if you passed the graduation exam, and last I checked, you didn't. So get out," he said smugly. Naruto pulled his headband from his pocket and tied it around his forehead. "What do you think this is on my head, duck butt?" he replied, snickering at Sasuke's annoyed expression. Shikamaru muttered, "Troublesome blonde." After an hour or two, all the students who passed the exam entered the classroom and took their seats. Soon after, Irika walked in, commanding everyone's attention. "As you all know, everyone in this classroom has passed the graduation exams yesterday. It has been an honor to teach you the basics of becoming a ninja, and now I will announce your teams," he said, picking up a stack of papers. "All right, I'll announce the members of Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Choji Akimichi. Your Jonin sensei will be Kakashi Hatake," Irika read from the paper. "Ha, in your face, Ino pig. Sasuke's on my team," Sakura exclaimed, turning to gloat at Ino. "Shut up, billboard brow. I won't lose to you," Ino shot back, crossing her arms. "If you two are done, I'll continue," Irika said, slightly annoyed. Team 8 will have Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame, with Kurenai Yuhi as your Jonin sensei. Naruto felt a wave of panic as he realized he hadn't been placed on a team with either Sakura or Hinata. He was now extremely worried about who his teammates and sensei would be. As Irika continued with the team placements, Naruto's anxiety grew. Team 10 will have Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka, with Asuma Sarutobi as your Jonin sensei, Irika announced. "There will be a lunch break now, and after that, you will return to meet your Jonin senseis. Until then, dismissed," he concluded, gathering his papers and leaving the classroom as the newly formed teams began chatting and heading out for lunch. Ino was lost in thought after hearing her teammates. She was upset not only about not being teamed with Sasuke, but also about being paired with Shikamaru and Naruto. "This is just great," she thought, staring blankly at the wall. Shikamaru decided to make the best of the situation. He couldn't change the teams, so he approached Naruto and tapped him on the shoulder. "Hey, Shikamaru, what's up?" Naruto asked. "I thought we should all get lunch together as a team," Shikamaru replied, hands in his pockets. "Okay, sounds good," Naruto agreed, pushing his chair back. They walked over to Ino, trying to get her attention. "Hey Ino." Earth to Ino. "Hey Ino." Shikamaru called, raising his voice at the last part. "What do you want, Shika?" Ino said, glaring at them. "We were going to eat lunch as a team, so come on," Shikamaru said in a bored tone. "All right, but from now on, I'm in charge," Ino declared, reluctantly getting up to join her new team for lunch. Naruto was about to suggest they go get ramen, but he quickly dismissed the idea. They had made it to the roof of the academy to eat their lunch, and as they were eating, Ino asked a question. "So, what kind of jutsu do you guys know?" she asked, taking a bite of her food. "Well, I can do all the basic academy jutsu and my family's shadow possession jutsu," Shikamaru replied casually. "Wow, you can use shadows. That's so cool, Shikamaru," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. "I can do the basic jutsu too, but I can also perform my family's mind transfer jutsu," Ino said. "Wow, Ino-chan, that's awesome," Naruto said, looking at her with admiration. Ino felt a slight blush at the affectionate term but quickly shook it off before asking, "So, Naruto, what kind of jutsu do you know?" "Well, I can do the substitution and transformation jutsu, but I'm terrible at the clone jutsu. However, I can do the shadow clone jutsu," Naruto said proudly. "But you can barely make a single decent clone. How can you make shadow clones?" Shikamaru questioned. "Well, since I have so much chakra, it's pretty easy for me, I guess," Naruto replied, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Both Ino and Shikamaru looked at him in surprise before Ino spoke up again. "Well, it's almost time to meet our sensei, so let's head back," she said as she packed her things. Once Naruto and Shikamaru finished packing, the three of them returned to the classroom to meet their new sensei and begin their journey as ninja. Lunch had ended, and the new genin returned to the classroom to meet their jonin senseis. When Naruto, Shikamaru, and Ino entered, they saw several men and women who they assumed were the jonin senseis. The new Team 10 decided that since they would be a team from now on, they should start acting like one. They all sat down at the same table and waited for their team to be called. After a bit of waiting, Irika came back into the room and began to speak to his former students. "All right, these men and women before you will be your jonin senseis for your time as genin to chunin. Remember to work hard and always listen to your sensei, including you, Naruto," Irika said, looking directly at him. "Hey!" Naruto shouted in an offended tone, causing everyone to snicker. After that, the jonin senseis for teams 1 to 6 called their teams and left the room. Team 8, a beautiful raven-haired woman with striking red eyes said. She wore a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible. Over this was a broad material resembling bandages with a thorn pattern, and her hands and upper thighs were also wrapped in bandages. "I am Kurinai Yuhi, your jonin sensei. If you'll follow me, we can get started," she motioned for her team to follow her. As Hinata, Kiba, and Shino got up from their seats to join their new sensei, Sakura raised her hand. "Excuse me, but you skipped over team Where's Our Sensei?" Sakura asked. The remaining jonin senseis exchanged amused glances before Asuma spoke up. "Let's just say that you'll be here for a while," he said, rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment for his fellow jonin's tardiness. "Anyways, Team 10, I'm Asuma Sarutobi, your jonin sensei. Follow me," he said as he walked out of the room. Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru quickly followed after him. As Asuma left with his new team, he thought about a conversation he had with his father earlier. Flashback begins. Asuma sat in a chair in front of the Hokage's desk a few hours before meeting his new team. He was discussing the members with his father. "Father, why do I have Naruto on my team? I was supposed to train the next Ino Shikacho trio, but you put Choji on Kakashi's team and gave me Minato's son," Asuma asked, exhaling a puff of smoke from his cigarette. "I placed Naruto on your team because he needs proper training. If he were on Kakashi's team, he wouldn't receive adequate guidance since Kakashi would focus on the Uchiha boy," Hiruzen replied, signing another paper. "All right, I'll train him, but I'll do it my way," Asuma said, standing up. "I appreciate that, my son. Don't forget that I believe in you. You can do this," Hiruzen said with a smile. "You owe me big time," Asuma grumbled before leaving the office. Once Asuma left, Hiruzen turned his chair around to look out at the village, sighing. "I just hope Asuma can train your boy to become a hero this village can respect, Minato," Hiruzen said, turning back to continue his battle against the enemy of all Kage. Paperwork. Flashback ends. Asuma took his new team to a barbecue restaurant for their introductions. They sat down in one of the many booths with Naruto next to the window, Shikamaru across from him, Asuma next to Shikamaru, and Ino next to Naruto. After they ordered their food and it arrived, they began to cook. Once a few pieces were ready, Asuma spoke to his team. "Alright, let's get these introductions out of the way," he said, taking a bite of his food. "Just to let you know what to do, I'll go first. My name is Asuma Sarutobi. I enjoy smoking, training, and playing poker and shogi. I dislike people who complain about my smoking habit and those who compare me to my father, the Hokage. My goal is to train you all to become the most powerful shinobi ever. Now that we're done with introductions, you go first, Ino," Asuma said, pointing to her. "Alright, my name is Ino Yamanaka. I enjoy flowers, training with my dad, and working at our family flower shop. I dislike people who underestimate me and think I'm weak just because I'm a girl. My goal is to become even better and surpass my father in the Tandai department," Ino said with a confident smile. "This is a drag. My name is Shikamaru Nara. I like cloud watching, playing shogi, and anything that involves sleeping. I dislike anything that's too troublesome. I guess my goal is to have an average career, marry an average woman, have a family that's not too troublesome, and retire early," Shikamaru said with a bored expression. Everyone exchanged glances at his nonchalant attitude. "Alright, now it's my turn. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I love ramen, pranking people, and hanging out with my friend Hinata. I dislike those who judge others based on appearances and those who harbor hatred without knowing the person. My goal is to become the strongest Hokage so that people will finally respect me," Naruto said proudly. After everyone had introduced themselves, Asuma continued, "Now that we've shared a bit about ourselves, I want you all to pack enough supplies for a month because we'll be leaving the village for a training mission. We'll meet at the front gate at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, and I'll train you all to become the best shinobi ever. Until then, you're dismissed." Asuma paid for the meal and headed off to prepare for the month ahead. "This is too troublesome, you know. Anyway, see you tomorrow," Shikamaru said as he got up from the booth and left. "Alright, I guess I'll see you tomorrow, Ino." "Bye," Naruto said, standing up to leave, but Ino grabbed his arm, stopping him. Turning around, Naruto noticed a questioning look on Ino's face. "What did you mean earlier when you said you dislike those who judge a book by its cover and those who hate someone without knowing them?" Ino asked. Naruto paused for a moment before lowering his gaze. "What I mean is that people often see me as the Ninetales because he's sealed inside me, and they hate me for it. Because of that, I've faced a lot of hardships. I've been pushed around and treated poorly, but the Ninetales has always healed me, and I'm grateful for that. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here today. Even when I try to get what I need, shop owners either throw me out or charge me outrageous prices. But enough about me, I'll see you tomorrow, Ino," Naruto said, flashing her a big smile. As Naruto spoke, Ino felt a tear slip down her cheek. She had never realized the struggles he faced, and it pained her to think about how she had treated him in the past. Determined to change, she felt a surge of empathy for him. Just as Naruto turned to leave, he felt two arms wrap around him in a hug from behind. He turned to Ino. "I'm so sorry, Naruto, for how I treated you back in the academy. I hope you can forgive me and we can be friends," Ino said, her voice trembling as she began to cry. Seeing her distress, Naruto hugged her back. "I forgive you, Ino. I really do, and of course, we can be friends," he replied warmly. Ino looked up at him, her face still wet with tears. "Are you serious?" she asked, wiping her eyes. "Absolutely," Naruto said with enthusiasm, and Ino's face lit up with a grin at his acceptance of her friendship. After that, they left the restaurant to prepare for their journey, both wondering what tomorrow would bring. The next morning, Naruto was sleeping in his apartment when a loud beeping sound startled him awake. "Ah!" he screamed as he fell out of bed. Reluctantly, he got up and turned off his alarm clock, which read 4:30 a.m. "Guess I have enough time for a quick breakfast," he mumbled as he hurried to the bathroom for a quick shower. After getting dressed, he grabbed the supplies he had packed the night before and took an apple with him as he left his apartment. Once outside, he locked his door and dashed to the front gate. Arriving just 5 minutes before 5 a.m., he spotted Ino and Shikamaru and decided to greet them. "Hey, what's up, Shikamaru Ino?" Naruto said, waving as he approached. Ino felt a blush creep to her cheeks when he added "chan" to her name, but she quickly hid it as he arrived. Shikamaru noticed her reaction but chose to ignore it and waved back at Naruto. Ino quickly said good morning to Naruto before turning away, leaving him puzzled. At exactly 5 a.m., Asuma arrived at the front gates of Konoha. He greeted his team, who returned the gesture. Naruto asked, "Hey sensei, why do we have to leave the village for a month for a training mission?" Asuma sighed before explaining, "I'm going to train you all in my way, and this is how I do it. By the time you return in a month, you'll be much stronger." Naruto's excitement grew at the thought of becoming super strong by the end of the month, and he couldn't wait to start. "We're wasting time just standing here, let's move out," Asuma said, leading the way. Once they were close to their destination, Asuma stopped and jumped down to the ground, followed by his team. Turning to face them, he announced, "All right, we're going to take a break here and have a small breakfast before we arrive at our destination. I need you three to look for some wood to use as firewood, and if you encounter anything dangerous, run back here," Asuma instructed as he began setting up the fireplace. Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru ventured into the woods for a short while before returning with a good amount of firewood. They handed the wood to Asuma, who placed it under the cooking stand. Using a small fire jutsu, he ignited the fire, then opened a pot on the stand, added water, and tossed in some oatmeal and fruit for their breakfast. Intrigued by Asuma's technique, Naruto approached his sensei and sat beside him. "How did you do that, Asuma-sensei?" he asked curiously. "I used a small fire jutsu to light the fire," Asuma replied, stirring the oatmeal in the pot. "You can use jutsu for things like that?" Naruto's voice was filled with surprise. "Absolutely. You can use jutsu for just about anything if you put your mind to it. It all depends on your chakra nature," Asuma explained, placing the pot lid back on. "Chakra nature?" Naruto asked, confusion evident in his tone. Asuma sighed and motioned for Shikamaru and Ino to come over as he began his explanation. "All right, first lesson, chakra nature. There are 5 types: fire, earth, water, wind, and lightning. My chakra natures are fire and wind, which allows me to easily use and learn new jutsu in those elements. I can still use earth, water, and lightning jutsu, but it takes more chakra since I don't possess those natures," Asuma said, pulling out 3 pieces of special chakra paper. "These pieces of paper reveal your chakra nature when you focus your chakra into them," he added, handing one to each of them and keeping one for himself. "Let me demonstrate," Asuma said, channeling his chakra into the paper. It split in 2, with one half bursting into flames and turning to ash. Team 10 stared at him in amazement. "All right, here's the quick rundown. If you have wind, the paper will split in half. If you have water, it will dampen. If you have fire, it will burn and turn to ash. If you have earth, it will crumble into dust. And if you have lightning, it will crinkle," Asuma explained. After his explanation, Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru focused their chakra into their papers. After a moment, they opened their eyes to see the results. "I guess my chakra nature is water," Ino said, holding a piece of damp paper. "What a drag, mine is fire," Shikamaru said lazily, observing his paper as it burned and turned to ash. "I think mine is broken, Asuma-sensei," Naruto said. Asuma, Ino, and Shikamaru looked over at Naruto, who had a paper that split in 2, with one piece crinkled. "Usually, only Jonin have 2 chakra natures, but I guess you're a special case, Naruto," Asuma said with a smile. "Yeah, we're going to be awesome now, Naruto." Ino cheered, looking at her stunned teammate. Naruto quickly snapped out of his daze, a huge grin spreading across his face. "Yeah, we are. Believe it," he shouted, pumping a fist into the air. Afterward, Asuma served their breakfast, and once they finished, he packed up the cooking gear and stood up. "All right, we don't have much longer until we reach our destination. When we get there, you guys can relax until dinner. After that, it will get dark early because we have a long day of training tomorrow," Asuma said, starting to run toward their destination. After another hour or 2, they finally arrived at their destination, a 2-story cabin just outside the land of fire and close to a village. A large lake lay behind the cabin, which was surrounded by dense forest. Once inside, they explored the small kitchen, dining room, living room, and bathroom with a shower. Adjacent to that was a small bedroom, while the second floor contained a loft with 3 beds. Asuma turned to his team. "I'll take the room on the first floor, and you 3 will share the loft upstairs," he said. "You mean I have to sleep in the same room as boys?" Ino asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Is that a problem, Ino?" Asuma replied, "Well, I'm a girl. Shouldn't I get my own room?" Ino said. "You'll be fine, Ino. Trust your teammates. You've known Shikamaru since you were kids, and I know Naruto won't do anything. But if they do, you can handle it," Asuma said, giving Naruto and Shikamaru a warning look. Ino turned to her teammates and said, "You 2 better not try anything or else." "We won't." Naruto and Shikamaru replied quickly and in unison, clearly wary of her threat. The sun slowly rose into the sky, shining its light into the room of the newly formed team. As the light filtered in, Ino woke up first, as she usually did at sunrise. "Just on time," she thought to herself as she quietly got out of bed, careful not to wake the 2 boys still sleeping. Ino changed from her nightwear into her usual attire, wrapping bandages around her abdomen and legs. Once dressed in her purple high-collared blouse and matching apron skirt, she put on her small hoop earrings and white arm warmers. After getting ready, she quietly made her way downstairs to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for her team. With enough ingredients available, she decided to make breakfast bread. After placing the bread in the oven, she started brewing coffee and cooking bacon and eggs to accompany the bread. Once she finished cooking the eggs and bacon, Ino took the now fully baked breakfast bread and placed it on the kitchen counter to cool. As she waited, Asuma walked into the kitchen in his usual mission attire. "Good morning, Asuma-sensei," Ino said with a smile before returning her attention to the cooling bread. "Good morning, Ino. When did you get up?" Asuma asked as he poured himself a cup of coffee and took a sip. "I got up 2 hours ago," Ino replied, still focused on the bread. "Oh," Asuma said, glancing from Ino to the cooling bread. "What's that you're staring at?" "It's a type of breakfast bread my mom makes on special occasions," Ino explained as she took the bread from the baking dish, placed it on a cutting board, and began slicing it. "Oh," Asuma said, intrigue evident in his voice. "Is today a special occasion?" "It is. Today we start our training," Ino said happily as she arranged the bread, eggs, and bacon onto 4 plates and set them on the table. "You can go ahead and eat, sensei. I'll go wake up Shikamaru and Naruto," Ino said as she headed upstairs to the room she shared with the 2 boys. Upon entering, she found them still asleep. "It's already 8 in the morning, they should be up by now," Ino thought. An idea struck her on how to wake them. She grabbed a few fake explosive pellets from her bag and tossed them onto each of their beds. They both screamed as Ino laughed uncontrollably. Once she regained her composure, she called out, "Come on, you lazy lumps. Breakfast is ready, and don't forget we have training today," Ino shouted as she left the room. After a few minutes, the 2 boys made their way down the stairs, sat at the table, and began eating. Ino quietly snickered as she glanced over at the 2 she had woken up. Asuma noticed her amusement and finally pieced together what those explosions had been. "I shudder to think what she would have used if that hadn't woken them up," Asuma thought. After breakfast, Ino quickly took the dishes and placed them in the sink to wash later. Once outside, she met her team in a clearing not far from the house, surrounded by the tallest trees she had ever seen. As she approached her teammates, they shot her glares. "All right, the second lesson I'm going to teach you is chakra control, and the way I'm going to do that is by having you climb these trees," Asuma said, surveying his team of genin. "But Asuma-sensei, we already know how to climb trees," Ino protested, crossing her arms. "Yeah, what Ino-chan said." Naruto chimed in. "How is climbing trees supposed to teach us chakra control anyway?" he asked, squinting in confusion. Asuma sighed before responding, "You're going to climb the trees without using your hands." He paused, waiting for their reactions. Both Ino and Naruto's mouths dropped open dramatically, while Shikamaru merely yawned. "But sensei, how are we supposed to climb the tree without using our hands?" Ino asked. "Let me demonstrate," Asuma said, concentrating chakra into his feet as he walked toward a tree. He placed one foot on the trunk and began walking up the tree, hanging from a low branch. Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru stared in awe as he fell from the branch and landed on his feet with his hands in his pockets. "That's how you'll do it," Asuma said. "How do we start?" Ino asked. "You'll need to concentrate your chakra into your feet so you can stick to the tree. Apply too much chakra, and you'll break the bark and fall. Apply too little, and you'll tumble down before you even get a foot off the ground," Asuma explained. He then threw 3 kunai at their feet, and they picked them up. "You'll use these to mark how high you get before falling back down," Asuma said, leaning against a tree. "All right, begin," he shouted, and Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru rushed to their trees, applying chakra to their feet. Once they felt ready, they started the exercise. After about an hour, they were still at it. How much longer is this going to take? Ino thought in frustration as she applied chakra to her feet again. She walked toward her tree, placed her foot on the bark, and began to walk up. She kept climbing until she nearly reached the top. "I finally did it," Ino exclaimed in her mind. "I climbed the tree," she shouted. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Asuma looked up, hearing her voice, and saw Ino sitting on a branch near the top. "Good job, Ino. You finished first," Asuma said, looking up at her. Naruto glanced at his marks and realized he hadn't climbed very far. "Why can't I get this?" he grumbled, concentrating chakra into his feet for another attempt. As the hours passed, it was nearing lunchtime. Ino had helped both Shikamaru and Naruto, giving them pointers on how to succeed. With her advice, Shikamaru finally made it onto a branch at the same height as Ino's earlier. "This is too troublesome, but at least I made it," Shikamaru thought as he yawned and made his way back down. As he reached the ground, he watched Naruto fall off the tree again, clearly frustrated. "Why can't I get this stupid exercise?" Naruto shouted in anger. "I'm doing everything right and I'm following Ino-chan's advice down to the letter, so why can't I do it?" Naruto thought angrily as he glared at the tree. Ino noticed his frustration and began to approach him, intending to calm him down and encourage him. However, Asuma stepped in front of her, shaking his head. "Let me handle this," he said, walking over to Naruto, who had just fallen from the tree in another failed attempt to climb it. "Hey, Naruto, got a second?" Asuma asked. "Yeah, Sensei, what do you want to talk about?" Naruto replied, turning to face him. "The reason you're struggling with this exercise is that you have a lot of chakra. You have even more chakra than I do. Do you know why?" Asuma placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Yeah, I do. It's because of the fox, isn't it?" Naruto said, his voice trembling. "You probably don't want me as a student now because you don't want to teach a demon." Tears threatened to spill from his eyes. "Kid, I've known about the fox being sealed inside you since you were 2 years old when I joined the Guardian Shinobi. I know you're not the demon fox. You're Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf, and nothing can change that." Asuma gave Naruto a reassuring squeeze on the shoulder. Naruto looked up at Asuma, then suddenly embraced him in a hug. "Thank you, Sensei. That means a lot coming from you," he said, his voice muffled. After a moment, Asuma broke the hug and looked at Naruto. "Do you know the Shadow Clone Jutsu?" he asked, already knowing the answer. Naruto nodded eagerly. "Well, when a shadow clone is dispelled, all the knowledge and experience it gained goes back to the original," Asuma explained. "You mean I can use my shadow clones to learn things faster?" Naruto exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. Asuma nodded, and Naruto's grin widened. "Well, why didn't you say that before?" he shouted. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," he declared, crossing his fingers as a large puff of smoke enveloped him. When the smoke cleared, Ino, Shikamaru, and even Asuma were astonished. In front of them stood 500 of Naruto's clones, all ready for action. "All right, let's do this, you guys," the original Naruto shouted. "Yeah." All the clones cheered, pumping their fists into the air. The next day, after Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru had completed the tree climbing exercise, Naruto had mastered it and could now walk up the tree with ease. However, he had fainted from chakra exhaustion afterward and slept the entire day and night. They continued this exercise for a few days, and on the last day, Ino had exhausted herself and was extremely tired. It was now morning, and the sun was rising, shining into the room where Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru slept. Ino was still asleep, clearly worn out from the previous day's training. Naruto, surprisingly, woke up first and looked around the room, still groggy. He rubbed his eyes and noticed Ino still sleeping. She must have really worn herself out, he thought as he got out of bed, quickly changed into his mission clothes, and walked out of the room. Once everyone was awake, Asuma led them outside for their next lesson, Taijutsu. Alright, guys, I'm going to have you spar against me for at least 2 matches each so I can see what fighting style suits you best, Asuma said, lighting a cigarette. You should really stop smoking, sensei. It's not good for you, Ino remarked as she watched him. Asuma sighed before responding, Alright, let's just start. Naruto, you're first. Asuma and Naruto faced each other in a makeshift ring. They launched at each other, with Naruto throwing punches and kicks, while Asuma mostly blocked, observing Naruto's style. He continued this for both Ino and Shikamaru, and by the end of Shikamaru's second match, he had figured out each person's fighting style. Naruto was a brawler type, so Asuma taught him karate. For Ino, he taught taekwondo, as her movements were fluid and graceful. Shikamaru's style was more challenging due to his laid-back nature, but eventually, Asuma taught him Krav Maga, which would allow Shikamaru to take down opponents quickly. They practiced their taijutsu styles all day, taking a break for lunch to rest and eat. Hey, sensei, I have a question, Naruto said, taking a bite of his rice ball. What is it, Naruto? Asuma asked. When are you going to teach us some jutsu? Naruto inquired, looking up from his food. This piqued Ino's and Shikamaru's interest, and they turned to their sensei, waiting for his response. I'll teach each of you jutsu that fits you when you complete the final chakra control exercise tomorrow, Asuma said, scratching the back of his head. Come on, sensei, that's not fair. Naruto whined, returning to his lunch. After finishing lunch, they resumed sparring to further hone their styles. While sparring with Shikamaru, Naruto blocked one of Shikamaru's strikes a bit too forcefully, resulting in a dislocated elbow and shoulder for Shikamaru. Naruto immediately stopped fighting, concern flooding his expression as Shikamaru held his injured arm. Asuma approached, inspecting Shikamaru's injury. We're going to have to go to the clinic in town to get you fixed up, Shikamaru, Asuma said, examining his arm. I'm really sorry, Shikamaru. I didn't mean to hurt you. Please forgive me, Naruto said, rushing to his friend's side. It's okay, Naruto. I know you didn't mean to hurt me. This is just troublesome, but at least I didn't die. If I had, that would have been even more troublesome, Shikamaru joked, trying to lighten the mood. We might have to stay in the town tonight as well. I don't want to risk dislocating your elbow and shoulder again, Asuma said before turning to Naruto and Ino. Are you two going to be okay by yourselves for tonight? Of course we are, sensei. Whiskers here wouldn't let anyone harm his blonde beauty, Ino replied playfully, glancing at Naruto. This made Naruto blush slightly. Ino had been subtly flirting with him for the past few days and had even given him a nickname. Why do you call me Whiskers, Ino? Naruto asked, crossing his arms and looking at her. Because I can and because I want to, Ino said, mirroring his stance and stepping closer. She moved so close that Naruto's face turned even redder. Asuma chuckled before telling Naruto and Ino that they had the rest of the day off and walked with Shikamaru toward the town's clinic. Naruto and Ino returned to the cabin, and since it was close to dinner time, Ino instructed Naruto to make dinner. But I'm not a girl, Ino. Shouldn't you make dinner? Naruto protested. Ino turned to him, raising her voice. Naruto, if you don't make dinner, I'm going to show you my mom's flying frying pan jutsu, got it? Naruto quickly fell silent and headed into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Shikamaru was right. Women are troublesome, he whispered. I heard that. Ino called from the living room. Deciding to keep quiet, Naruto focused on making dinner. Although he didn't know how to cook many dishes, he managed to prepare beef curry with rice. He plated the food on 2 dishes and grabbed some utensils before heading into the living room and placing the food in front of Ino. This looks good, Naruto, Ino said, taking a bite. As soon as the food hit her tongue, her eyes lit up. Naruto, this food is delicious. A girl could get used to this kind of cooking. Thanks, Ino. Ayam taught me how to cook some dishes, and this was one of them, Naruto said as he ate. Who's this Ayam? Ino asked, a hint of jealousy in her voice. She's the daughter of the old man who runs the ramen stand back in the village. She was concerned for my health, so she taught me how to make different things so I didn't just eat ramen. She's like a big sister to me, Naruto explained, recalling memories of Ayam teaching him how to make basic foods like eggs. That's good, Ino said, relieved. Naruto and Ino talked the night away, only stopping when they realized how late it had gotten. They placed their dishes in the sink and washed them before taking showers and heading to bed. A few hours later, screams echoed through the cabin. Ino bolted upright, realizing the screams were coming from Naruto. She quickly made her way over to him, sitting beside him and gently stroking his cheeks. When she brushed her fingers against Naruto's whiskers, he began to purr softly. Oh my goodness, this is just too cute, Ino squealed quietly as she continued to slide his whiskers. After a moment, she decided to return to her bed to sleep. However, as she got up, Naruto, still asleep, grabbed her wrist and rolled over, pulling her into the bed next to him. I would punch him into next week if I didn't know he was sleeping, Ino muttered. She then noticed that Naruto wasn't wearing a shirt, revealing a small six-pack. Ino felt her cheeks heat up and quickly wiped away a small trickle of blood. Unable to escape his grasp, she decided to make the best of it and cuddled up next to him, resting her head on his chest. As she did, she felt the warmth radiating from him. This feels nice, Ino said softly as she wrapped her arms around Naruto and drifted off to sleep. It was morning, and the light from the rising sun streamed into Naruto's room. Slowly, he opened his eyes, squinting against the brightness. He felt something warm resting on his chest and lifted the covers to see who it was. To his surprise, he found Ino cuddled up next to him, her arms wrapped tightly around him. He attempted to wriggle free, but Ino only tightened her grip, snuggling closer. With a resigned sigh, Naruto decided to relax and drift back to sleep, thinking, I might as well enjoy this while it lasts. It's not every day I get to cuddle with a beautiful girl. Just before he closed his eyes, he wondered how mad Ino would be when she woke up. A few hours later, the sound of laughter jolted both Naruto and Ino awake. They quickly looked around the room, their eyes landing on Shikamaru and Asuma, who were chuckling at the sight before them. Both Naruto and Ino felt their cheeks heat up, realizing they had been caught in a rather NTMT moment. I'm really glad I took a picture of that, Asuma said, still laughing as he tucked his camera away. So, are my two little genins becoming a couple? He teased, regaining his composure. Ino blushed even more before responding, well, only if Whiskers here will have me. This caused Naruto to faint, tumbling off the bed. Asuma chuckled softly as he picked up the unconscious Naruto and headed downstairs, entering the bathroom. He gently placed Naruto in the bathtub and turned on the cold water before leaving. The sudden chill woke Naruto up instantly. He quickly shed his wet clothes and stepped into a warm shower, feeling grateful for the refreshing change. What was all that about, Ino? Shikamaru asked as soon as Asuma left with Naruto. What do you mean, Shika? Ino replied, confusion lacing her voice. What I mean is, during our time training here, Naruto has become one of my friends, and I don't want to see him get hurt, Shikamaru explained, looking intently at Ino. Ino glared at him before responding, you think I want to hurt him? I don't. He's also become one of my friends during our training. Hopefully one day, he'll be more than that. After calming down, Ino continued, last night, I woke up to screams. They were coming from Naruto, so I went to comfort him. I rubbed his cheek like my mom does for me when I have nightmares. When I touched his whiskers, he started to purr. It was the cutest thing ever. After I thought he calmed down, I tried to go back to my bed, but he pulled me close. I couldn't escape, so I snuggled up next to him. His body radiated warmth, and I felt so comfortable that I fell asleep. It was the best sleep I've had in a long time. I don't want to hurt him, I know he hasn't had it easy. Shikamaru listened quietly. Maybe we should do something for him if it isn't too troublesome, he suggested with a sigh. Yeah, you're right, Shika. We should totally do something for him. Ino replied excitedly. After a while, Everyone was ready for the next day of training and headed outside. Alright, since Shikamaru needs to take it easy for a week, we'll do the next chakra control exercise, Asuma announced, surveying his genin. This will be the water walking exercise, so I recommend you all put on your swimsuits, you'll need them. Once Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru changed into their swimsuits, they gathered on the beach by the lake, waiting for Asuma. Shikamaru wore sky blue swim trunks adorned with clouds, while Naruto sported plain orange trunks. Ino donned a two-piece lime green bathing suit. When Naruto glanced over at Ino, she caught him staring. "Do you like what you see, Whiskers?" Ino teased, giggling. Naruto's face turned bright red, and he nearly fainted again, but Shikamaru stepped in, giving him a light nudge. "Naruto, snap out of it. You can't blush and faint every time Ino looks your way," Shikamaru scolded before turning to Ino. "Do you have to keep doing these troublesome things? Naruto is a friend and teammate, you can't keep teasing him like this." "Ino, I'm doing this for his own good," she replied earnestly. "Yes, I'm his teammate, and I probably shouldn't act this way, but if some enemy kunoichi tried to distract him, I wouldn't want that. I may not have been thrilled to be on the same team as you two at first, but now that I'm here, I want to do everything I can for this team. I don't want anyone to take advantage of him." Shikamaru stood there, momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Naruto had recovered and approached Ino, wrapping her in a tight hug. Ino blushed at the warmth of his well-toned chest against hers. After a moment, Naruto pulled back and looked at his teammates. "Do you guys really think of me as a friend?" he asked. Both Ino and Shikamaru nodded in unison. "I only share this with my close friends, so after you hear this, you can decide if you still want to be my friends," Naruto said, causing concern to flicker across their faces. "You both know about the Nine-Tails attack on the village 12 years ago, right?" Naruto asked, and they nodded. "Well, the fourth Hokage didn't kill it. The Nine-Tails is a creature made entirely of chakra and can't be killed. The only option was to seal it into something. So the fourth Hokage sealed it all into a baby, and that baby was me," Naruto said, looking down at the ground. "You guys probably hate me now and think I'm a demon." His voice was heavy with sadness. "Naruto, do you think we're foolish? We can tell you're not the nine-tailed fox. You are my friend and teammate. You may be a troublesome blonde, but you are not the Nine-Tails," Shikamaru said, placing a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Yeah, Whiskers, you're not the fox. You're my teammate, my friend, and sometimes a source of comfort if needed, but you are definitely not the fox. To heck with anyone who thinks you are. We're a team, and I'll stand by you and Shikamaru no matter what," Ino added, grabbing Naruto's hand and giving it a supportive squeeze. "Thanks, guys, that means a lot coming from you too," Naruto said, his eyes glistening as he pulled them into a group hug. Asuma watched from the shadows of the trees, witnessing the whole scene unfold before him. "They are now a full-fledged team," he said with pride in his voice. He stepped out from the shadows, and Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru broke the hug upon seeing him. Asuma smiled as he approached his team. "Alright, today we're going to do the water walking exercise. This is harder than the tree exercise because the water is always shifting while the tree remains still. You'll need to constantly adjust the amount of chakra you're applying to your feet to stay on the surface of the water," Asuma explained. "Alright, start," he shouted. Ino and Shikamaru attempted to walk on the water but fell in almost immediately. Naruto smirked and crossed his fingers. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," he exclaimed, and 1,000 more Narutos emerged from the smoke. With determination, Naruto ran onto the water to begin the exercise. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Ino had been practicing water walking for 2 days now. Asuma was very impressed with the progress his team was making. Normally, it would take other genin more than a week to master this, but they did it in just 2 days. He knew that as time went on, he would be met with surprise after surprise as he trained them. In his mind, he was certain that this team was destined to become exceptionally strong. "Okay, guys, I have to go report back to my father on your progress. It's up to you to keep training on what you've learned to improve. Don't get hurt, and especially, don't hurt each other," Asuma said as he grabbed his bag and left the cabin, heading toward the Leaf Village. The genin members of Team 10 stood in the cabin in complete silence after Asuma left. "Well, I'm going to go train, so I'll see you guys later," Naruto said, waving as he exited the cabin. After Naruto left, silence filled the cabin for a few moments before Ino spoke up. "So," Ino dragged out. "What?" Shikamaru asked, turning to her. "We should do something nice for Naruto," Ino suggested, breaking the semi-awkward silence. "Yeah, we could. It's still early, so we could go down to that town nearby and get him something for his birthday that was about 4 months ago," Shikamaru suggested lazily. "That's a good idea, Shika. Quickly, let's get moving," Ino urged as she ran to the cabin's entrance. "Okay, but just don't be so troublesome, Ino," Shikamaru said with a slight smile as he followed her. They left the cabin in a hurry to find gifts for Naruto's birthday. Once they arrived in the town, they quickly set out looking for presents. They decided to split up to search more efficiently. "What should I get Naruto?" Shikamaru wondered to himself. After thinking for a bit, he let out a sigh of frustration. "This is troublesome," he thought. As he walked through the town with his hands in his pockets, he happened to glance at a store window and saw something that piqued his interest. He walked over and noticed a Tanto blade next to a brown HS that he assumed would hold it. Shikamaru entered the store, purchased the Tanto blade and the HS, and the store owner even gave him a book on sealing for free. Grateful, Shikamaru thanked the owner and left the store. After a few more hours, Shikamaru and Ino made their way back to the cabin, both carrying their gifts for Naruto, and Ino also had a cake. "Alright Shika, here's the plan. I'm going to make my mom's special ramen dish for dinner, and it takes about an hour to prepare. So, I need you to distract Naruto for an hour so I have time to make it," Ino instructed. Shikamaru nodded and headed off to keep Naruto occupied. After he left, Ino put the cake in the fridge and began making the ramen. As the ramen was nearing completion, Ino set the table for dinner. Once the table was ready, she returned to the ramen, just in time to see that it was done. As Ino was serving the ramen, she heard the door open. She looked up to see Naruto and Shikamaru entering, covered in sweat and dirt. "What happened to you two?" Ino questioned, placing her hands on her hips. "We did a little light sparring," Naruto replied. After answering, he noticed the table was set for dinner. Ino smiled at Naruto before speaking. "I know your birthday was 4 months ago, but Shika and I wanted to wish you a happy late birthday and let you know we're glad you're our teammate," Ino explained. "Thank you guys. This means a lot to me," Naruto said happily. "Good, now go change and freshen up immediately. You both smell from training," Ino demanded. Both Naruto and Shikamaru exchanged glances, surprised by Ino's sudden shift in tone, and headed off to clean up. After Shikamaru and Naruto returned to the dining table, freshly changed, they began enjoying the food in front of them. "I've never really had ramen before, but this is really good, Ino. Where did you learn to make this?" Shikamaru asked, while Naruto looked at him incredulously for not having tried it before. "It's my mom's special ramen. She showed me how to make it when I was a little girl. I just followed her instructions," Ino replied as she savored her meal. "This is amazing, Ino-chan. I love it," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. Ino blushed at his compliment. "Well, thank you, Foxy-kun," she teased. Naruto blushed and returned to devouring his ramen. Troublesome blondes, Shikamaru thought to himself. Once they finished dinner and placed the dishes in the sink, Ino and Shikamaru presented Naruto with their gifts. Shikamaru handed his gift first. Naruto examined the Tanto blade, unsheathed it, and gave it a few swings before sheathing it again and placing it on the table. The shop owner said this sword is made from high-grade chakra metal, which is basically indestructible, Shikamaru explained, handing Naruto the book on sealing. Next, it was Ino's turn. Naruto unwrapped the box she had given him and discovered 2 pairs of clothes inside. On top of the clothes was a picture frame holding a photo of Team 10 from when they were first assembled. Naruto felt tears welling up but quickly blinked them away as he looked at his teammates. "Thank you, guys, for all these amazing gifts. I love them. I'm so glad I was placed on team. I can't imagine what my life would be like if I were on another team," he said, hugging Ino and Shikamaru tightly. The night continued with laughter and stories as they enjoyed the cake. Eventually, they all went to bed. In the middle of the night, Ino was awakened by the sound of quiet sobbing. She immediately looked toward Naruto and saw him curled up in a ball, tears streaming down his face. She glanced around and noticed that Shikamaru's bed was empty, assuming he had gone somewhere else to sleep. Ino quickly got out of her bed and made her way to Naruto's side. She gently patted his shoulders, and he opened his water-filled eyes to meet her concerned gaze. "What's wrong, Naruto? This is the second time you've cried on this trip. Please tell me," Ino urged, her voice filled with worry. "It's nothing, Ino-chan. Just go back to bed," Naruto replied, rolling over. "I know you're not being honest with me. Please, just let me help," Ino insisted, desperation creeping into her tone. After a moment of silence, Ino decided to take matters into her own hands. "Fine, Naruto. If that's how you want to play it, I'll just have to find out myself," she declared, quickly weaving a few hand signs. "Mind transfer jutsu," she thought as she entered Naruto's mind. Ino found herself in a dimly lit hallway that resembled a sewer. As she walked, she noticed an increasing number of black doors lining the walls. She recalled her father's words about black doors representing a person's painful memories. How can someone have this many? Ino wondered. "Guess I'll have to see what's behind the first one," she said, opening the door next to her. Upon entering, she saw a 5-year-old Naruto being chased by a group of angry villagers on his birthday. Ino's heart sank as she watched the mob pursue him. A ninja from the group threw a kunai, and it struck Naruto's leg. What are they going to do to him? Ino thought, dread washing over her. "Get that demon child," one villager shouted, and Ino felt a wave of horror as she witnessed the villagers closing in on the young Naruto. "I can't believe people would do this to a child," Ino whispered, tears streaming down her face. She hurried out of the room, back into Naruto's mind, and continued running until she reached a large space with imposing barred doors. Looking up, she saw red eyes with slits staring down at her. Behind the bars was a massive fox with 9 tails. "So, you're the one digging around in his mind," it said in a voice that sent chills down Ino's spine. "Yeah, and what's it to you, you monstrous creature? It's your fault Naruto has suffered so much," she retorted. "As if I care about this human. I'm going to take control of his body and destroy that pathetic village, starting with you," the fox threatened, reaching through the bars with a massive paw. Just before it could strike, Ino's jutsu ended, and she found herself back in the real world. Ino blinked a few times and saw that Naruto was still crying. "Naruto, please don't cry anymore. I'm here for you now, and I'm not going anywhere. I'll protect you from the villagers, and I won't let the fox take over your body. We'll stop him together," Ino promised. Naruto dried his eyes before facing her. "Okay, Ino, I believe you. I'm just so afraid of being alone again," he admitted. "You're not alone anymore. You have me. I won't let you be alone ever again," Ino reassured him. "What about Sasuke? I thought you loved him," Naruto asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "I've realized he isn't interested in girls right now. He's too focused on himself. I want someone who has love and passion, someone who reacts when I flirt with him and makes me feel special. Most importantly, I've realized that I want to be with you, Naruto. If everything works out, we could have a family together," Ino confessed. "You really like me?" Naruto asked, his face lighting up. "I don't just like you. I love you. Now move over, my bed is cold and I hate cold beds," Ino said playfully. Naruto shifted over, making room for her. She climbed into bed and cuddled up next to him, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek before they both drifted off to sleep. Shikamaru returned to the room after coming back from the bathroom, having overheard their conversation. "Troublesome blondes," he muttered as he made his way back to his bed and settled in for the night. Weeks passed since that night Ino and Naruto shared. Their relationship blossomed, and they grew closer with each passing day. Eventually, Team 10 and their sensei prepared to head home. Ino was excited for Naruto to meet her parents, having talked about it just days before their return to the Leaf Village. While Naruto felt a bit anxious about meeting them, Ino reassured him that they would only care about his feelings for her. On the morning of their departure, They woke early and packed their belongings. Once ready, they left the cabin, reflecting on how their relationship had transformed from initial dislike to a strong bond. The journey to the Leaf Village's front gates felt quicker than before, as they moved with newfound speed. Upon arrival, Asuma turned to address his team. "Okay, everyone, take the weekend off. You deserve it. Meet me at Training Ground 10 on Monday morning." "I'll see you then," Asuma said, waving goodbye before heading off to the Hokage mansion. He entered the building, greeted the secretary with a smile, and knocked on the door to his father's office. After receiving permission to enter, he took a seat in front of the Hokage's desk. "So, Asuma, how is your team doing and what are their skills like after your boot camp?" Hiruzen asked, looking up from the paperwork in front of him. "Well, Dad, the team is very skilled. Shikamaru has an IQ of over 200, and I have his skills at a low Chunin level. As for Ino, we finally helped her move past her fangirl phase. Now she wants to train much harder and has developed amazing chakra control. As for Naruto, he's the heart of the team. He's come so far in such a short time and is the strongest member on the team," he said, rubbing his jaw as he continued, "and he's got quite the punch. He has 2 chakra natures, wind and lightning. I taught him all the wind jutsu I know, but I'll need to ask Kakashi for some lightning jutsu." Asuma concluded his report on his team's training mission. "Amazing, this is very good news. How are Naruto's teammates treating him?" Hiruzen asked. "Well, Shikamaru and Naruto have become really close friends," Asuma replied, but he was interrupted by Hiruzen. "What about Ino?" the old man inquired. "Oh, Naruto and Ino aren't just friends," Asuma said. "That's a shame." "At least Naruto has one friend," Hiruzen said, a little saddened. "I wasn't finished. Naruto and Ino are dating, so they're more than friends," Asuma said with a smile, thinking about the 2 genin. "Really?" Hiruzen said with surprise. "I wouldn't have expected that to happen. I just hope that no one tells either Shikamaru or Ino about the 9 tails sealed inside Naruto. I don't want them to treat him badly." Asuma hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. "They know about the 9 tails, but they're okay with it," he explained. "Well, I'm not happy that they know about the 9 tails, but if they don't care, then I won't either," Hiruzen said as he exhaled smoke. Back at the village gates, just as Asuma flickered away, Naruto sighed, "I wish he'd show me how to do that." "Troublesome," Shikamaru said with a yawn before heading home. "I'm sure Asuma will show us how to do that soon, Whiskers," Ino reassured Naruto. "Now come on, let's drop your stuff off at your place so you can meet my parents," she sweet-talked him. Naruto and Ino made their way to his apartment while holding hands. They received confused glances along the way, but they didn't mind. Once they arrived at Naruto's apartment, he unlocked the door and let Ino in first. "Such a gentleman, Foxy-kun," Ino teased. Naruto blushed slightly before entering and closing the door behind him. "All right, I'm going to take a shower and change." "Sound good?" Naruto asked Ino. "Sounds good," Ino replied as she looked around the apartment. Naruto headed to his room, picked out his nicest clothes, and went to the bathroom to shower. On his way, Ino playfully asked, "Want me to join you?" Naruto blushed deeply and quickly entered the bathroom. After a few minutes, Naruto stepped out wearing black slacks and an orange dress shirt. He looked at his beautiful girlfriend and asked, "Well, what do you think?" "You look great, Whiskers, but one thing," Ino said, gesturing to the rest of the apartment. "We're going to have to clean this place up over the weekend. No boyfriend of mine is going to live in filth. After that, we'll go shopping for some new clothes for you." "You need more than just orange," Ino stated. "That seems like too much," Naruto started, but Ino cut him off with one sentence. "We'll get ramen afterward," she said, knowing that ramen was his weakness. "You should have led with that, Ino-chan," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Naruto and Ino left the apartment holding hands and started to make their way to Ino's house to meet her parents. As they walked through the streets, they came across Sakura. "Oh my god, you finally realized that Sasuke and I were meant to be together, so you settled for the dead last," Sakura said with a snicker. "He's not the dead last anymore, Sakura. He's stronger than Sasuke and could easily beat him. He may be an idiot sometimes, but he's my idiot." So leave me and my boyfriend alone, billboard brow. Ino retorted, angered that Sakura dared to insult Naruto. He was one of the strongest genin in their class, having come close to beating Asuma before. Like that loser could beat Sasuke-kun, Sakura scoffed. I bet he can, Sakura. Ino yelled back. Just then, Sasuke appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Like that dope could ever beat someone like me, he said. At this point, even Naruto was annoyed. Oh, I know I can beat you. Naruto growled. Alright, dope, let's do this. I'll teach you to respect your betters. Don't forget, I'm an elite and you're nothing, Sasuke said. Naruto held Ino back from attacking, assuring her that he would handle it. They made their way to an empty training ground. Both Sakura and Ino stood at the edge of the clearing to watch the fight. Ino was blushing as she admired Naruto's well-toned physique. Naruto got into his fighting stance, waiting for Sasuke to make the first move, as Asuma had taught him. Frustrated with the weight, Sasuke attacked first, throwing a punch. Even with all the weights Naruto had on, he was too quick for Sasuke, dodging or catching everything thrown at him. This has gone on long enough, Naruto said. He aimed a strike for Sasuke's solar plexus and hit it perfectly, causing Sasuke to lose his breath and fall to his knees. This fight is over, Uchiha. So much for being an elite. I was looking for a challenge, Naruto said, laughing as he made his way back to Ino. You will always be a dobe and a dead last, and now I'll teach you and your demon girlfriend a lesson, Sasuke shouted, beginning to weave hand signs for a jutsu. However, before he could finish, Naruto appeared behind him and knocked him out with a swift chop to the neck. If you ever attack or insult me or Ino again, I won't hesitate to make you regret it, Sasuke, Naruto said as he returned to Ino. Naruto was surprised when Ino dashed past him. He turned around just in time to see Sakura preparing to throw a punch, but Ino stepped in to block it. If you ever try to put your hands on my boyfriend again, you'll regret it, Ino warned, pushing Sakura's hand aside. Then she turned back and leaped into Naruto's arms, sharing a warm kiss filled with emotion. After they pulled away, Naruto quickly put his shirt back on and chuckled, "That was quite the homecoming, you know?" After the encounter Naruto had with Sasuke, he and Ino made their way to her house so that Naruto could meet her parents. After a bit of walking through the streets, they finally arrived at the entrance to the Yamanaka household. "You ready, Naruto?" Ino asked before opening the door. "I was born ready, can believe it," Naruto replied, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Ino smiled at him before stepping inside. As they entered, they were greeted by Ino's mother, Sabine Yamanaka, who resembled an older version of No. "Princess, you're home," Sabine exclaimed, walking up to her daughter. Her gaze then shifted to Naruto. "Oh, and who's this?" she asked, noticing that Ino was holding hands with him. How cute, Ino found herself a boy, a handsome blonde one at that. I wonder what his mother would say if she saw this right now, Sabine thought, feeling a mix of pride and amusement as she teased Ino. "Mom, you know this is Naruto. Please stop trying to embarrass me." "Just so you know, he is my boyfriend," Ino said, a bit annoyed at her mother's teasing. "Sorry, dear, I just couldn't help it. But I'm glad to see you've moved past that fangirl phase," Sabine replied with a smile before turning to Naruto. "Well, Naruto, I hope you can make a mother proud and take really good care of Ino, okay?" "I plan on doing just that, Mrs. Yamanaka," Naruto replied earnestly. "Just call me Sabine, dear," she said with a warm smile. "You should probably go talk to your father, Ino. He should be out in the gardens." "Thanks, Mom, we'll do just that," Ino said, practically dragging Naruto along with her. Sabine watched them go, thinking, "Well, Kushina, it looks like our dream is coming true. My daughter and your son in a relationship. I wish you were here to see this." Ino ran up to her father, who was tending to some flowers, with Naruto following closely behind. She released Naruto's hand and launched herself at her father. "Hey, Daddy. I missed you so much, but I have something to tell you," Ino said as she broke the hug. She returned to Naruto's side as Inoichi turned to face her. "Well, what is it, dear?" Inoichi asked. "Well, Daddy, during our training trip, Asuma-sensei said I liked Naruto, and he was right because he's my boyfriend now," Ino said, looking at Naruto with affection. You're old enough to decide who you date, so I trust your judgment. From what I've heard from the Hokage, he's a good kid, aside from the harmless pranks, Inoichi said, then turned to Naruto. Just be good to my daughter, Naruto. That's all I ask. And you don't have to worry about the fox inside you, I know you're not it. Thank you, sir. I won't let you down, believe it? Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly, an Umbu wearing a lamb mask appeared behind Naruto and struck his neck, causing him to slump unconscious. Don't touch my boyfriend! Ino screamed, rushing to Naruto, but the Umbu vanished with him before she or Inoichi could react. Naruto! Ino cried out in despair, falling to her knees in tears. Inoichi knelt beside her, comforting her. Don't worry, Ino. I'll go see the Hokage about this. We'll get him back, I promise, he said, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He then picked up his distraught daughter and flickered into the house, placing her in a chair. Sabine rushed over upon seeing Ino's tears. What happened? She asked. Umbu took Naruto, was all Inoichi said before he flickered away to the Hokage's office. Inoichi arrived at the Hokage's office, standing before the aged leader. Ah, Inoichi, what can I do for you? The Hokage asked. My daughter just returned home today from her training mission and told me she was dating Naruto, which I'm happy to hear because I know he's a good kid. But as she was telling me this, an Umbu appeared out of nowhere, knocked Naruto out, arrested him, and vanished without explanation. Now my daughter is in tears, and my wife is dealing with who knows what at home. I just want to know why Naruto was arrested, Inoichi explained. I have not ordered anything of that sort, Hiruzen replied. He called out for the Umbu, and 3 appeared before him. What can we do for you, sir? One of them asked respectfully. Why was Naruto Uzumaki arrested, and why was I not informed? Hiruzen demanded angrily. Lord Hokage, it was a direct order from the council. Naruto Uzumaki is being court-martialed as we speak, another Umbu responded. An order from the council? Why was I not informed? Inoichi pressed. I don't know, but we're about to find out, the Hokage said. Naruto woke up to find himself chained to a chair in a dark room, a single light illuminating the space. He scanned the room and noticed 5 figures in front of him, an unfamiliar old woman, Sasuke, Sakura, and Sakura's mother, Mabuki. As he looked for a way to escape, the old woman stepped into the light and began to speak. So, boy, you have been charged with the crime of attacking a fellow Leaf Shinobi and a council member. How do you plead? She asked. I did no such thing. Let me go. Naruto shouted defiantly. We will do no such thing. It doesn't matter what you plead, you've been found guilty, and the punishment for your crimes is severe, the mysterious woman stated. Just then, Hiruzen, Inoichi, and a few loyal Umbu burst through the door. I demand to know what is going on here. Hiruzen shouted. The old woman turned to him before answering, This one has a traitor on trial. First, none of you have the authority to put a shinobi on trial, that responsibility falls to me and me alone. Secondly, you can't have the Umbu arrest anyone without going through me first. And thirdly, you can't sentence anyone to death, you're not the Hokage, I am. Hiruzen yelled angrily. I'm sorry, Sarutobi, but this must be done. He attacked fellow Leaf Shinobi Sasuke and Sakura. He must be punished, the old lady replied coolly. Well, if Naruto did attack Sasuke and Sakura with malicious intent, then he will be punished accordingly. I just want to find out what happened. If I discover you're lying, I won't just remove you from the council, I'll remove everyone else as well. Do you understand this, Koharu? Hiruzen said. I understand, Hiruzen, but I know I'm right, Koharu stated firmly. Then, Inoichi, why don't you search Naruto's mind and find out what happened? Hiruzen suggested. Right away, Lord Hokage, Inoichi said as he approached Naruto. Are you okay, Naruto? He asked. I'm all right, but how's Ino? Naruto replied, concern evident in his voice. She'll be better once we get you out of here, Inoichi assured him, placing his hand on Naruto's head and closing his eyes to delve into Naruto's memories. Once Inoichi finished, he opened his eyes and, without looking away from Naruto, reported his findings. Naruto's memories showed me that he was on his way to our house with Ino when Sasuke demanded to fight him. Naruto won the fight, but when his back was turned, Sasuke attempted to use what looked like a B-rank fire jutsu. However, Naruto knocked him out before he could launch it, Inoichi explained. Inoichi, take Naruto to your home, and I'll handle the rest, Hiruzen instructed. Yes, sir, Inoichi replied, undoing Naruto's chains and flickering back to his house with him. A couple of minutes later, as they walked down the streets of Konoha, Inoichi said, "Why don't you join us for dinner tonight, Naruto? With everything that happened, I'm sure Ino will want to see you as soon as possible, but we'll need to stop by your apartment first for some new clothes." "Thank you, Mr. Yamanaka. I would love to join you and your family for dinner tonight," Naruto said with a smile. "I also want to thank you for helping me out earlier," he began, then looked down. "Only a few people have actually helped me before." "Really? If you don't mind me asking, who are the people that helped you?" Inoichi inquired. "Well, you, your wife, Ino, Shikamaru, Hinata, Asuma-sensei, the old man who owns Ichiraku, his daughter Ayam, the old man Hokage, and 3 Umbu called Inu, Nico, and Hibi. That's it. Those are all the names of the people who have ever helped me or been kind to me," Naruto said, recalling each name with happiness. "I am truly sorry, Naruto. You should never have gone through that," Inoichi said. Before Naruto could ask what he meant, they arrived at Naruto's apartment building. They both looked on in shock as they saw the building engulfed in flames. Naruto dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "I don't know what to do now. All of my belongings were in there," he sobbed. Inoichi looked at Naruto, then back at the fire, debating with himself. "I can't leave him on the streets, can I?" he thought. "His father was my best friend, and his mother was my wife's best friend. If I leave him here, I have no doubt that Kushina will find some way back to the land of the living to confront me." That thought frightened him the most. After a few moments, he got an idea. "Naruto," Inoichi said, gaining Naruto's attention. "I know this situation is tough right now, but why don't you come stay with us? I'll replace your things, like your clothes and ninja tools, and in return, you can work at the shop on a couple of your days off," Inoichi suggested. "You would really do that for me? Why?" Naruto asked, rising from the ground and wiping away his tears. "I'll tell you someday and you'll understand then, okay?" Inoichi replied, and Naruto nodded in agreement. After a few more minutes, they arrived back at Inoichi's house. As Inoichi opened the door, Ino tackled Naruto in a tight hug, planting a kiss on his cheek. "What happened?" Ino asked, her voice filled with concern. "I thought you were going to die. I got really upset at the thought of losing you." Before Naruto could respond, Inoichi stepped in. "Naruto can tell you about what happened later," he said, handing Ino 10,000 ryo. "I need you to take him shopping, hey princess? He needs new clothes and ninja gear." Ino had never been so happy, except for when she became Naruto's girlfriend, because she got to dress him up. She immediately grabbed Naruto's hand and pulled him out to shop. Naruto froze with apprehension at the thought of what Ino would make him try on. As they left the house, Inoichi turned to his wife. "So, Naruto will be staying here with us for the foreseeable future. Can you prepare a guest room for him, please? He's also going to be working at the shop to earn back the money used to buy his new clothes and gear," he explained. Sabine looked at her husband with a raised eyebrow. "So you're just going to let the boyfriend of our daughter move in right across from her?" she asked. "Yes, I am. The first reason is that someone has burned his apartment building down completely. The second reason is that if the roles were reversed, and it was Minato and Kushina in our positions with Ino and Naruto's, they would have brought her in without a second thought. And the third reason is that if we don't, I have no doubt Kushina will come back to the land of the living and confront me," Inoichi said. I guess she would do just that. I guess you're right. Plus, I get to know my son-in-law a little bit better now," Sabine said. "Sabine, you know I don't like that marriage contract you and Kushina encouraged Minato to make. If they are truly meant for one another, then they will be together. I don't want to rely on something like that, and you know it," Inoichi replied. Sabine just kept giggling as she made her way to the guest bedroom to prepare it for Naruto, while Inoichi headed to the kitchen to start dinner for the night. After 3 hours of shopping, which involved Ino persuading Naruto to try on various outfits for his new ninja attire, they returned home. They had purchased a few pairs of black shinobi sandals along with other essential ninja tools. They also got 6 pairs of black umbu pants, 6 black t-shirts, a new jacket similar to the one from Shippuden, and a pair of dark orange fingerless gloves. Ino also had Naruto pick out a fancy black suit for their outings to upscale places. "So, you're really going to let Naruto stay here, Daddy?" Ino asked, taking a bite of her food. "Yes, I am. Naruto will be working with you at the shop during your free time, so you'll need to show him the ropes, okay?" Inoichi said. "Thank you so much for letting him stay, Daddy. You're the best." Ino exclaimed happily. "No problem, Pumpkin," Inoichi replied, turning to face Naruto. "And Naruto, please be respectful of my daughter, that's all I ask," he added. "I will, sir." "Believe it," Naruto said as he finished the rest of his dinner. Later that night, Naruto got ready for bed. He looked around his new room and noticed it was much larger than his old bedroom, especially the bed. As he lay down, he immediately loved it. To him, it felt like lying on a cloud. Just as he began to drift off, he felt someone curl up next to him. He turned to his right and saw Ino. "Ino, what are you doing?" Naruto asked, surprised to see the blonde beside him. "I don't want your dad to get mad at me. He's been so kind, and I don't want to break his trust," Ino replied, looking up at him. "Naruto, you know I can't sleep without you being my pillow. Besides, as long as we don't do anything more than this, he won't get upset. We're still too young for that anyway. Go to sleep, and Naruto, I love you," Ino said with a smile. "I love you too, Ino," Naruto replied, giving her a gentle kiss on the nose before falling asleep. Little did they know, Inoichi and Sabine were in the room below, concealed by an invisible genjutsu. As the two exited the room, felt happy for different reasons. For Sabine, the plan she and Kushina devised was unfolding perfectly. For Inoichi, he was pleased that his daughter was in a relationship with a respectful young man. The next few weeks were filled with D-rank missions, which Naruto and Ino didn't mind, and working at the flower shop. Their days were also filled with dates, and they cherished the time spent together. One day, there was a knock at the front door. Ino and Naruto were discussing their next date when Inoichi opened the door to find Koharu and some other council members. "Councilwoman Koharu, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?" Inoichi asked dryly. Koharu either didn't catch the sarcasm or simply ignored it, as she showed no sign of either. "Inoichi," she began in an official tone, "your daughter has been chosen to be one of the brides for Sasuke Uchiha as part of his clan restoration act to increase the Uchiha clan's numbers in the village. I'm sorry, Koharu, but my daughter will be doing no such thing. I never wanted her to be with that boy, let alone have children with him. Besides, you are no longer part of the council as Lord Hokage's advisors. You have no power. You cannot take her," Inoichi stated firmly. "This is not a discussion, Inoichi. The council has already made its decision, and even the Hokage is in favor of this. You will turn her over to us by tomorrow, or you will face imprisonment," Koharu said before turning and walking away. Ino's heart shattered. The thought of being with anyone else besides Naruto was unbearable. She hugged Naruto tightly, letting her warm tears flow freely down her cheeks. Naruto's eyes flashed with determination. He looked as if he were ready to confront anyone who threatened Ino. Sabine noticed his expression and understood what he was feeling. Inoichi flickered to the Hokage's office without a word. He appeared in the Hokage's office mere seconds after leaving his house. "Ah, Inoichi, what can I do for you today?" Hiruzen asked. "I would like to know why some of the new council members just appeared at my doorstep and demanded that I hand Ino over to them so she can be part of Sasuke Uchiha's harem," Inoichi demanded. "I see he chose Ino as well. Well, I'm not going to beat around the bush, there's not much you can do to stop this. With the council on Sasuke's side, I'm afraid it's out of my hands. I'm sorry, Inoichi. Unless you have her in a marriage contract signed and dated by the Hokage before Sasuke's CRA was put into action," the Hokage explained. "Well, I guess I'm in luck then. Even though I said I never wanted to use this, it looks like the situation calls for it." But it will mean that Naruto will find out about his parents, Inoichi said. What are you talking about, Inoichi? Hiruzen asked, confused. Well, just after Ino was born, Kushina was 8 months PRGT with Naruto. I was standing in this very office talking to Minato about something when my wife, carrying a 3-day-old Ino, kicked the door down and entered the room with Kushina, both demanding there be a marriage contract between Naruto and Ino so they could have blonde-haired, blue-eyed grandchildren. So I guess I'll just have to use it, Inoichi explained, pulling out the scroll that contained the contract and tossing it to the Hokage. The Hokage examined the scroll carefully. Let me call Asuma here before we proceed, the Hokage said. Just then, Asuma appeared in the office. You called me Dad? He asked. How strong is Naruto right now? Hiruzen inquired. I would place him at a low Jonin level, and after the Chunin exams, he could reach high Jonin, Asuma replied. Do you think he could handle learning about his parents? Hiruzen asked. Yes, I believe he's more than ready. Plus, if he learns his father's signature jutsus, it will make him nearly unbeatable, Asuma said with pride. All right, Inoichi, go back to your house and tell Naruto about his parents. Then I'll summon you, Naruto, and your family for an emergency council meeting. It's time the entire village learned the truth, the Hokage instructed. Inoichi returned home, relieved to find it undamaged. Ino rushed to her father. Daddy, did you find a way out of the Sierra for me? She asked. Yes, but tell me, do you really love Naruto? Inoichi asked. I really do, but I don't see how that helps me, Ino replied, tilting her head in confusion. We'll see. Naruto, can you come down here please? Inoichi called out. A moment later, Naruto stood by Ino's side. Okay, Naruto, I'm going to tell you about your parents, Inoichi began. My parents? What do they have to do with this? Naruto asked, confused. We'll see. Let me finish. Your father's name was Minato Namikaze, known as the Yellow Flash or the Fourth Hokage. Your mother's name was Kushina Uzumaki, known as the Red Hot Habanero. They were both incredible people. Your father was my best friend, and your mother was Sabine's best friend. A few days after Ino was born, my wife and your mother barged into the Hokage's office, demanding we arrange a marriage contract between you two. I wasn't keen on the idea, but if it made them happy, I didn't mind. That contract is what will keep Sasuke away from Ino. So, Naruto, I ask you, do you love my daughter? Yes, I do. I love your daughter, and I would protect her and do anything for her, Naruto said, looking straight into Inoichi's eyes with a serious expression. A big grin spread across Inoichi's face. He could tell Naruto was sincere about protecting his daughter. I do have one question for you, sir, Naruto said. Go ahead and please, call me Inoichi, he replied. Did my parents love me? Naruto asked, tears welling in his eyes. Ino pulled Naruto into a tight hug and kissed his cheek, trying to comfort him. Naruto, your parents had nothing but love for you. They cherished you from the moment they found out they were going to have you, Inoichi said proudly. Tears streamed down Naruto's face, but they were tears of happiness. For years, he had wondered if his parents truly loved him, and now he knew they had loved him with all their hearts. After a few moments, he wiped his eyes and looked up with a smile. So, about this marriage contract you mentioned. Does that mean I get to marry Ino? Naruto asked, excitement in his voice. Yes, you'll be marrying Ino, but not just yet. You'll tie the knot when you turn 16 due to some laws, but for now, you two are engaged, Inoichi explained, and Naruto nodded in understanding. Oh, and Naruto, Inoichi added, catching his attention again, I just want to say I'm really happy that you're marrying my Ino. I know you respect and love her. Your parents would be proud of the man you've become. See, Inoichi, Sabine began as she walked over to the table holding something. And to think, for years you've been giving me grief about making that contract, and here it is, saving our daughter from that Uchiha. After she finished, she handed Naruto an object, which turned out to be a picture of his parents. Naruto and Ino gazed at the photo, where both parents looked happy. Kushina was PR'd with Naruto, while Minato hugged her stomach, and Kushina placed her hands lovingly over it. Wow, You look just like your father, and your mother was so beautiful, Ino said, admiring the picture. Thank you, Ino. But I need to ask you something, Naruto said. What is it, Whiskers? Ino replied playfully. I wanted to know if you actually wanted to marry me. I don't want to force you into something you don't want, Naruto said, taking both of Ino's hands. Of course I want to marry you. It doesn't matter who your parents were or any of that. I want to marry you because I love you, Ino said, placing her hands on Naruto's cheeks and bringing him into a gentle kiss. Good, now that that's settled, all four of us will be attending the council meeting shortly, and I want you to look your best, Inoichi said. Oh, Naruto, I have some things to give you that your parents left for you, Sabine chimed in happily. Naruto followed her upstairs to her bedroom. Sabine opened her closet and pulled out a small chest. Your parents would want you to have this, she said, handing it to Naruto. He sat down on the floor and opened the chest, revealing 2 scrolls. He took the first one and opened it, revealing his father's white cloak with red flames at the bottom and the symbols for the yellow flash on the back. He placed the cloak beside him and opened the second scroll, which revealed a sheathed katana with a red handle. As he unsheathed it, a black blade edged with chakra-enhanced diamonds was revealed. That was your mother's katana. She called it Diamond Cutter because it's incredibly sharp and never dulls. It can cut through almost anything, and as a bonus, you can channel chakra into it, Sabine explained as she watched Naruto examine the sword. It's beautiful, Naruto said, admiring it. It sure is, but it's getting late, and we need to head to that council meeting. Please go and get ready, Sabine said, gently guiding Naruto to his room. Thank you, Mrs. Yamanaka, Naruto replied, turning to her with a smile. From now on, you should call me Mom since you're going to be my son-in-law, Sabine said, beaming. Sorry, Mom, Naruto said, returning her smile before closing the door to change. That's better, Sabine said through the door, feeling her affection for her new son-in-law grow. Naruto lay on his bed for a few moments, staring at the picture of his parents and absorbing the memories. He glanced at his father's cloak, then back at the picture, inspiration striking him. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door, and Inoichi answered it. Inoichi, your family has been requested in the council chambers. I'm here to escort you, an umbu in a cat mask announced. Thank you, Nico. We'll be right out, Inoichi replied, and Nico nodded, stepping outside to wait. Sabine, Ino, Naruto, it's time to go. Inoichi called. As Sabine reached the door, she and Inoichi did a double take when they saw Naruto coming down the stairs. He wore black pants and a long-sleeve black shirt, with his father's cloak draped over his shoulders and his mother's sword strapped to his back. I guess you're going to make quite an impression, kid, Inoichi chuckled. Just then, Ino appeared in a lovely knee-length white dress, her hair styled in a neat bun. She smiled as she descended the stairs, leaving Naruto momentarily speechless. The only word he could muster was, beautiful. Ino giggled and gave her soon-to-be husband a quick kiss on the cheek. Let's go, she said. As they stepped outside, Nico noticed Naruto and did a double take, momentarily mistaking him for his father. Then she spotted Kushina's sword. So, I take it you know about your parents? Nico said, her smile hidden behind her mask. Yes, I do now, and I'm glad to know. Did you know them? Naruto asked. Yes, your mother was Mai and Hubei's sensei. If you'd like, I can teach you how to use that sword, Nico offered. You'd do that for me? Naruto asked, excitement evident in his voice. Of course. You're like a little brother to me, Nico replied, glancing at Ino, who was wrapping her arms around Naruto. And it looks like your girlfriend really cares about you, she teased. Naruto smiled and blushed, taking Ino's hand as they flickered to the council meeting. Upon arriving at the Hokage Tower, Naruto, Ino, and Sabine waited outside the council chambers. Inside, all the clan heads and members of the civilian council were present. After a moment, the Hokage entered the chamber. I have called you all here for an important reason. It concerns Sasuke Uchiha, Ino Yamanaka, and Naruto Uzumaki. Hiruzen began, only to be interrupted by a civilian council member. What does giving the Yamanaka girl to the Uchiha have to do with that demon? The member sneered, but before he could continue, Nico swiftly silenced him. The chamber erupted in chaos at the sudden act. Silence! You will hold your tongue unless you wish to lose it, Hiruzen commanded, his voice firm. Once the room quieted, he continued, Now, Naruto did break the law I set, and he was punished for it. Let's move on. The Yamanaka girl will not be handed over to Sasuke Uchiha because there is a marriage contract between Ino Yamanaka and Naruto Uzumaki. There's no way I'll allow that to happen. This was decided 2 months ago, so any new contract in that time is null and void. The Yamanaka girl will marry the Uchiha boy, Koharu stated, her voice calm yet filled with anger. Over my dead body! Inoichi shouted, slamming his fist onto the table. That can be arranged, Koharu replied, glaring at him. Enough. I am the Hokage, and I will maintain order in this meeting, Hiruzen said, casting a stern look around the room. Satisfied, he continued, Now, it's time for you all to learn a secret that has been kept from you. Curiosity sparked among the attendees as Hiruzen revealed, Naruto is the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard. How could the demon be the son of our beloved hero? Civilian council member scoffed. Pabe, if you don't mind, Hiruzen said. My pleasure, Nico replied, swiftly silencing the dissenting voice. Now I will prove it, Hiruzen said, pulling out a scroll. This scroll is sealed by a blood seal and can only be opened by Minato or one of his family members. Please bring Naruto in, he instructed. Nico opened the chamber doors, revealing Naruto, Ino, and Sabine. Everyone except Inoichi and Nico stared at Naruto, their eyes widening in shock as they recognized a younger version of the fourth Hokage. Naruto, please come over here and open this scroll, Hiruzen requested. Naruto approached the Hokage, pricking his thumb to release blood onto the seal, which opened the scroll. He now held all of his father's books on sealing and his signature jutsu, leaving the room in stunned silence. This proves that Naruto is Minato's son, and with that, there is a marriage contract to Ino Yamanaka, signed by Minato 3 days after Ino was born. Inoichi, if you please, Hiruzen said. Yes, my wife and Kushina were best friends, and they set this up before Naruto was born. Here's the contract, Inoichi said, handing it to Nico, who passed it to Hiruzen. So, if you attempt to give my daughter to the Uchiha, you are breaking a law set by the fourth Hokage. I will not allow it. If you come for my daughter, you will have to go through me, and if that spoiled brat approaches her without a mission from the Hokage, there will be no more Uchiha clan, Inoichi declared, glaring at Sasuke. You dare threaten the Uchiha clan? I am an elite, and you are nothing more than a disappointment from a clan that has lost its way. You should be grateful that I would consider your daughter among the women I have chosen to help expand the Uchiha legacy, Sasuke said with an air of superiority. Well, you won't get Ino. I've made sure of that, Inoichi replied firmly. I will have her regardless. None of you can stop me. Whether she likes it or not, I will get what I want. I am an Uchiha. No one can dictate my actions. I will have her, Sasuke said, a smug grin spreading across his face. Naruto's anger flared. He slowly drew his sword and appeared behind Sasuke, the blade poised dangerously close to his throat. If you speak about Ino like that again or try anything, I won't hesitate to end this. I don't care what the council thinks, you will regret crossing me, Naruto growled. Sasuke smirked before performing a substitution jutsu, swapping places with Sabine, who stood behind Ino. He seized her by the throat, silencing her scream. In a flash, Naruto used his own substitution jutsu, reappearing with Ino and moving his sword towards Sasuke. You are nothing but scum. I warned you not to threaten Ino. I hope you never find peace, Naruto said, wiping the blade clean and sheathing it before rushing to Ino, who was trembling in his arms, tears streaming down her face. Well, Sasuke Uchiha is gone for good, Hiruzen announced, glancing at Sasuke's lifeless form before turning to Naruto. You protected Ino from him, so there will be no charges against you. You will receive all the property, jutsu, and resources of the Uchiha clan. Meet me in my office tomorrow at noon to discuss further details. You are all dismissed, Hiruzen stated. Carrying Ino, Naruto made his way back home. The council members were still in shock, realizing that the son of their hero was the very child they had once scorned. They had witnessed the golden boy's arrogance and were stunned to see him swiftly defeated by the so-called demon child. Sabine turned to Inoichi as they left the council chamber. I admire that boy even more now. Look at how fiercely he protected our daughter. But if Naruto hadn't dealt with that scoundrel, I would have. No one talks about my little girl like she's some prize to be won, she said with a fierce determination. I know, dear. I was already planning how to dispose of him. He wouldn't have seen the dawn, Inoichi replied. Once home, they decided to check on the young couple. They found Naruto and Ino cuddled together in bed, a sight they had grown accustomed to since Naruto began staying over. Sabine looked at her husband. So, Naruto is going to inherit Minato and Kushina's house? Do you think we should let Ino move in with him? She asked quietly as they closed the bedroom door. 2 days after the council meeting, with Hiruzen granting Naruto access to the Uchiha clan compound, Naruto and Ino were busy packing to move into Minato and Kushina's old house. Taking a break in the backyard, Ino exclaimed, I can't believe my parents said it was okay for me to move in with you. Your dad thought it would be better than you lying to him about where you were when you stayed at my place. I can't wait to see the house. Naruto replied excitedly. I know. I wonder what it's like. I can't wait to see how many rooms there are and how big the backyard is for planting flowers, Ino said, her imagination running wild. Just then, Habe, an Umbu member, appeared in the backyard. Hey, Naruto, the Hokage wants to see you both in his office now, he said. Okay, Habe, Naruto replied, standing up with Ino. Hey, Habe, can I ask you something? Naruto inquired. Sure, Habe responded. I've always wondered why you've been so kind to me and protected me, Naruto said, looking at her curiously. Well, if you want to know, back when I was a genin, I was on a team with Orochimaru as my sensei. I wanted to impress him, but when he betrayed the leaf, I followed him without knowing his true nature. He did terrible things to me and left me for dead. When the Umbu rescued me, many people despised me, just as they did you. When I tried to join another team, no one wanted me. But your mother took me in and placed me on her squad with Nico and another girl named Kurinai. We became like family. She was like a mother to me and we all loved her. When she became PRDNT with you, she confided in us, sharing her hopes and dreams for you. We think of you as our little brother. So when everything happened, we recognized you immediately. We've watched over you and protected you as best we could. Kurinai took it particularly hard since she cared for you during your first months. She didn't want to let you go, but the Hokage believed it was safer for you to be adopted. We all know now that was a mistake. You should have stayed with her. She checks in on you from time to time. Who would have thought you'd be the one to melt the Ice Queen's heart? But you didn't hear that last bit from me, got that? Little brother? Habe said with a smile from behind her mask. Naruto didn't say a word and walked right up to Habe, giving her a warm hug. What's this for? Habe asked in confusion as she returned the kind gesture. For caring for me, big sis. I'll tell Nico and Kurinai the same when I see them next, Naruto said as he broke the hug. Well, little bro, you and Blondie here better get moving or you'll be late, Habe said before flickering away. The two took off toward the Hokage tower. As they ran, Ino said, Your mother sounds like a great woman. I hope I can be like her someday. Naruto walked into the Hokage's office alongside Ino. Inside were the Hokage and another man Naruto didn't recognize, who appeared to be in his mid to late 40s. Naruto, my boy, this is the daimyo, the Fire Lord himself. He would like to speak with you, Hiruzen said. Okay, what's this all about then? Naruto asked. Straight to the point, just like Minato. You are his son, yes? The Fire Lord inquired. Yes, sir, I am, Naruto replied. Well, as you already know, I am the Fire Lord. I was good friends with your father. I loved working with him to protect our land. Maybe one day you could pick up your father's mantle. But that is for another time. I have come here to discuss 3 things with you. First, now that you have your birthright, you will have access to your parents' bank accounts, the daimyo explained. Really? How much is it? Maybe I can do some upgrades on the house, Naruto replied. Well, between both your father and mother's accounts, You have about 50 billion Rio. It's actually almost as much as mine. If you're wondering why it's so much, your mother was the princess of Yuzushiogakure. She had considerable wealth, and on top of that, your father was Hokage and owned lots of land and businesses, the Fire Lord said. Ino was amazed. Not only was Naruto a good man who protected her and loved her dearly, but now he was also incredibly wealthy, almost like a prince. It reminded her of one of her favorite childhood stories about a girl who fell for a boy everyone thought was a street rat, only to discover he was actually a prince. Even after learning about Naruto's wealth, Ino didn't treat him any differently. She loved him regardless of his social status. Okay, now on to the next matter. You have one living family member left. Your grandmother on your father's side. It's not very well known, but your father's mother was Tsunade Senju. After your father and mother died, it was believed that you had died that day as well, so your grandmother left the village. She's out there somewhere, doing what I can't say, the Fire Lord said. You mean I had a family member this whole time, and she just left me? Naruto said, anger rising as he clenched his fist. I know for a fact that someone on the council told her of your passing. Who it was, I'm not sure, but I think Lord Third should look into it very soon, the Fire Lord said. Yes, I will have my best look into it, Hiruzen replied. Knowing that his grandmother didn't just abandon him made Naruto feel a lot better. Now for the final thing, I would like you to be in the Clan Restoration Act, the Fire Lord said. CRA? What's that? Naruto asked, tilting his head in confusion. CRA is the Clan Restoration Act. It means we would like for you to marry many women and have many children to bring clan numbers back up. And with you being basically the last member of 3 great and powerful clans, you'll need to have lots of children. So, Naruto, I would ask this of you. Will you accept to be put in the CRA? The Fire Lord asked. This is where Ino stepped into the conversation. I'm sorry, my lord, but I am Naruto's fiancé, and I speak for him when I say that his answer will be no, Ino said sweetly, though her eyes burned with determination. Hiruzen looked into Ino's eyes and felt a chill run down his spine. Kushina had that same look in her eyes when I brought this up with Minato before he became the 4th Hokage. That was a bad day, Hiruzen thought to himself, shivering at the memory. I see that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, the Fire Lord said with a chuckle. I believe I'll side with Ino on this one, Naruto said. He didn't want to hurt Ino by marrying other women. He loved her too much to do that. Very well then, Naruto, I shall take my leave. I must return to the capital, the Fire Lord said as he exited the office. Naruto turned to the man he had always thought of as a grandfather. Lord Hokage, may my team and I request a mission to find my grandmother? Naruto asked. I believe that would be a great idea, Naruto. Tomorrow, you and Team 10 will go on your first B-rank mission, Hiruzen said. Thank you, Naruto said happily as he and Ino ran out of the office. Later that night, Naruto was packing for his team's first B-rank mission. So, are you bringing anything to learn on the road? Ino asked while leaning against the doorway of Naruto's room. Yes, I am. I'm going to bring one of my father's jutsus, Naruto said. Which one are you going to learn, babe? Ino asked curiously. The Rasengan, Naruto replied. The next day, Team 10 met at the gates. Naruto explained the mission to Shikamaru and Asuma when he arrived. This is going to be more troublesome than before with you 2 blondes, Shikamaru said. Asuma laughed and told everyone to keep a sharp eye because he could tell as soon as they left the gates that someone was tracking them. As they ventured further, the sun began to set and the skies darkened. They decided to camp out for the night. Asuma mentioned they needed someone on watch duty first, and Naruto eagerly volunteered. He settled on a branch of a tree that overlooked their entire camp, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a figure leaped onto the branch beside him, cloaked in black with red clouds, a hood obscuring their face. Hello, Naruto. It's been a while since I last saw you, the cloaked figure said in a monotone voice. Who are you and what do you want? Naruto asked, maintaining his composure. My name is Itachi Uchiha, and what I want depends on how you answer my questions, Itachi replied. So you're Sasuke's older brother, the one who nearly wiped out his entire clan. What do you want to ask me? Naruto inquired. Itachi's dark eyes met Naruto's gaze. Why is my little brother dead? Why did you kill him? He was meant to restore honor to the Uchiha clan. Now he can't. Tell me why. Naruto took a deep breath. Your brother acted as if he was superior to everyone, looking down on the villagers. The council placed him in the Clan Restoration Act, allowing him to choose women for his harem. He picked someone I care about deeply. When certain truths came to light and he realized he wouldn't get his way, he attacked the one I love. I had no choice but to stop him. I didn't want to, but I will do anything to protect my loved ones. Naruto held Itachi's gaze, unflinching, almost challenging him to use his genjutsu. I see, Itachi said, deactivating his Sharingan. You did it to protect someone you care about. There is no more honorable reason than that. What will you do now? Are you going to kill me? Naruto asked, slowly reaching for his kunai. No, I'm not. But I believe it's time for me to atone for my past actions. I'm going to return home and speak with the Hokage, Itachi replied. You're going back to the village? Naruto asked, surprised. Yes, it's time to go home. Good luck finding Tsunade, and be careful. There are people looking for you, Itachi warned. Wait, how did you know we were searching for her? Naruto pressed. Naruto, I've known you for a long time. When you were young, I watched over you as an umbu. Just ask Nico about Weasel when you return, Itachi said with a faint smile. Then, he transformed into a flurry of crows and vanished into the night. By the next morning, Itachi reached the front gates of the Leaf Village. As he approached, the two Chunin guards, Izumo and Kotetsu, stopped him. Itachi Uchiha, you are under arrest, Izumo declared. Very well. You can arrest me, but please summon some umbu. I wish to speak with two of them, Itachi replied, his expression unreadable. Moments later, 10 umbu appeared at the gate, Nico and Hubei among them. Why have you returned, Itachi? Nico asked coldly. I wish to speak with the Hokage, Itachi stated, looking straight ahead. Why should we allow you to speak and not eliminate you here and now? Hubei challenged, her hand resting on her sword. Because if you intended to kill me, you would have done so already, Hubei, Itachi replied, meeting her gaze. Besides, what I have to tell the Hokage is important. It's about Naruto, and I doubt you want your little brother harmed. If it helps, you can place a chakra suppression seal tag on me for now. Very well, Nico agreed. She stepped behind Itachi, removed his cloak, and placed the chakra suppression tag on his back. Afterward, she and Hubei transported him to the Hokage's office. The aging Hokage looked up from his paperwork as Itachi entered. Itachi, what brings you back to the village? Hiruzen asked. A few things really. 1. Atonement for my past actions. 2. Information about a group trying to capture all the tailed beasts. And 3. A warning about Orochimaru's impending invasion of the Leaf Village, Itachi explained. Do you have any idea when this invasion will occur? Hiruzen inquired. During the Chunin exam finals, Itachi replied. It seems I need to resume my training if I'm to stop my former student. Now, what can you tell me about this group seeking the tailed beasts? Hiruzen asked. I was part of an organization called Akatsuki. We were a group of missing nin tasked with capturing the hosts of the tailed beasts and extracting their powers, Itachi elaborated. We must prevent that from happening. Can you inform us about their abilities? Hiruzen pressed. Yes, I will share everything once I am taken to the umbu headquarters. I need to atone for my wrongdoings, Itachi insisted. The Hokage sat in silence, deep in thought about the current situation and the past. Itachi, you have nothing to atone for. You have protected this village with honor and sacrifice. I will not have you arrested. You are a great shinobi who has always put the village first, even above your family and clan. With your brother gone, we risk losing the Sharingan forever. I have a better idea. Itachi, will you promise to protect the village? Hiruzen asked. Yes, Lord Hokage. I will do anything to protect this village and restore honor to the Uchiha clan, Itachi vowed, bowing respectfully. That's good to hear because I have a plan that will not only restore honor to the Uchiha clan but also stop Orochimaru. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fire country, Naruto woke up with his head resting on Ino's lap as she played with his hair. They gathered around the fire they had made the night before for breakfast. "Where should we look for her first?" Naruto asked, lifting his head from Ino's lap, earning a playful protest from her. "Tarzana Town. Your grandmother loves to gamble. That's where we should start, or at least gather some information on her whereabouts," Asuma suggested. "Sounds troublesome, to be honest, but then again, everything is troublesome with you blondes," Shikamaru said lazily. "Everything is troublesome to you, Shikamaru. This is a great mission. We get to find Lady Tsunade. She will be so glad to see Naruto, and we'll bring her back to the village. It's an easy B-rank mission. Plus, I get to spend more time with Whiskers here," Ino said, grabbing Naruto's arm and resting her head on his shoulder. "Thanks, babe. I just hope we find her. I want to meet someone from my family," Naruto replied, giving Ino a quick kiss on the forehead. "Well, let's get a move on. We should be in Tarzana Town by noon if we hurry," Asuma said. Team 10 packed everything up and began running toward the town to find Tsunade. One full month of searching the 5 great nations had yielded no results in finding Tsunade. They had visited every bar, casino, and gambling house in each town. Upon arriving in one town, they decided to split up for a quicker search, with Asuma suggesting it. Ino had been wandering around for a while, ready to give up, when she witnessed a man being thrown through a brick wall. Peering into the building through the large hole, Ino saw a late-20s blonde woman yelling at another man, who she assumed was with the one just thrown outside. "Who do you think I am? Do you think I'm some poor young girl you can take advantage of? I am Tsunade of the Sannin, one of the legendary 3. You picked the wrong woman to mess with." Tsunade shouted, her fists clenched. Behind the furious woman stood a girl in her early 20s with short black hair, holding a pig. Ino noticed her trying to calm Tsunade down and convince her not to cause any more damage. Realizing she needed to act quickly, Ino stepped through the hole and approached Tsunade. "Hi, Lady Tsunade, I'm Ino Yamanaka. My team and I are on a mission to find you. We have some important news, but first, we need to meet up with my team. If you could please follow me," Ino requested. "And why should I follow you, little girl? The leaf has nothing left for me anymore. My whole family was taken from me," Tsunade replied, her voice tinged with sadness. "Please, Lady Tsunade, meet my sensei. I truly believe that if you listen to what he has to say, you'll want to come back with us," Ino pleaded. Tsunade studied Ino's eyes for a moment before a smile broke across her face. "You've sparked my interest, kid. I will meet this sensei of yours. Lead the way," she said, turning to the other woman. "Come on, Shizen, let's go." "Why yes, ma'am," Shizen replied quickly, following Ino and Tsunade. As they made their way to the agreed meeting point, they encountered Shikamaru. "You found her?" he asked lazily. "Yes, I found Lady Tsunade. Let's go meet up with Sensei," Ino said. After a few more minutes of walking, they finally reached the meeting point where Asuma and Naruto were waiting. "It's been some time since I've seen you, Lady Tsunade," Asuma said as he spotted the group approaching. "It has been a while, but what is it that you wanted to tell me? Not that I don't mind this trip down memory lane, but I'd like to get back to my life. I have no intention of returning to the Leaf Village. I've lost too much," Tsunade replied, her tone annoyed. Naruto stood there, smiling awkwardly, unsure of what to do. "Lady Tsunade, what if I told you that you haven't lost everything? What if I told you that you still have family in the leaf?" Asuma said. "What are you talking about? That cursed fox destroyed my family 12 years ago." "That's what I was told," Tsunade shouted, her voice trailing off sadly. "Well, I can only tell you that you were misinformed, Lady Tsunade," Asuma replied. Tsunade turned to him, her expression questioning. Asuma walked over to Naruto and placed a hand on his shoulder. "This is Naruto Uzumaki, Lady Tsunade. He's your grandson," Asuma said. Tsunade looked at Naruto intently, tears welling in her eyes. After a moment, tears streamed down her face. "Naruto, I thought you had died alongside your parents," Tsunade said, falling to her knees, crying, "I'm so sorry I wasn't there for you." Naruto, also in tears, walked up to her and hugged her tightly. It's okay, Grandma. I know you wouldn't have left me, you were lied to. Tsunade felt a warmth in Naruto's embrace and quickly returned it, both of them crying together for a few minutes until Naruto said, I'm so glad we found you, Grandma. I love you. I love you too, dear, and now that I've found you, I will never leave you again. But now we must go back to the leaf. I'm going to confront that man, Danzo. He will pay for what he's done, Tsunade said, anger flashing in her eyes. Well, this is troublesome, Shikamaru remarked. Will you shut up and be happy for Naruto? My babe now has family in his life. I'm so happy for you, baby, Ino said, smiling. Tsunade looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Oh, Grams, I almost forgot to tell you. This is Ino, the love of my life, Naruto said, taking Ino's hand. Tsunade studied the couple for a moment before addressing Ino. You said your last name was Yamanaka, correct? Tsunade asked. Ino smiled. Yes, my father is Inoichi Yamanaka, and my mother is Sabine Yamanaka. Well, it seems both of your mothers got their wish granted, Tsunade said before turning her attention back to Naruto. Oh, also, Naruto, this is Shizun, she's your aunt, Tsunade added. Naruto ran to Shizun and hugged her. She happily embraced him back, kissing him gently on the forehead. I'm glad I finally get to meet you, Naruto, Shizun said with a warm smile. I'm glad I finally got to meet you too, Auntie, Naruto replied, his eyes glistening with emotion. Well, now that we've found you, Lady Tsunade, we need to head home, Asuma said, turning to lead the way back to the Leaf Village. The sound of 3 bodies hitting the cold stone floor of the council chamber echoed as the Umbu known as Crow completed his mission, having dealt with the elders efficiently. He took Shirsue's eye and Danzo's Sharingan-implanted arm, placing each Sharingan in separate containers to preserve them before sealing them into a scroll. He then flickered to the Hokage's office. It is done, my lord, Crow said, kneeling. Good, Crow. How are your new eyes coming along? Hiruzen asked. Itachi had taken Sasuke's eyes and implanted them into himself, curing his blindness and granting him access to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. They're fine, but Danzo and the other 2 elders are dead. 1 more to go, and the Leaf's honor will be restored, Crow replied. Yes, it will. We can no longer let past mistakes plague us. I have a new vision for the Leaf, and you're a significant part of it, Hiruzen said. What do you mean Naruto is with Ino? Hinata exclaimed, frustration evident in her voice. My mom said that at the council meeting, they were going to get married. From what it looks like, he really loves her. He even confronted Sasuke for her. She loves him too, Hinata. There's not much you can do, Kiba said. I was always nice to him, being friends with him, and he jumps at the first girl that shows interest. Hinata yelled in frustration. Hey, there's nothing wrong with being loyal, Kiba replied. You know what I mean, Kiba. I mean, I am a princess. I get what I want. If that girl thinks she can take what's mine, she is sorely mistaken. If I can't have him, then no one can, Hinata said darkly. At that moment, Sakura sat on a bench in the park, reflecting on how her life had changed in the past few years. I really liked Sasuke, but he's gone now. I can't believe he chose Ino over me. I loved Sasuke, and Ino likes Naruto. I don't understand, Sakura said, her frustration boiling over. I miss my friend. Ino was my only friend, and I threw that away. All for a boy who didn't even like me. What is wrong with me? I want my friend back, even if it means being friends with Naruto. I will, Sakura thought, determination filling her as she stood up and ran home. Nico, Habe, and Kurenai were at their favorite dango shop. Well, it's been a while since we got together, Kurenai said. Yes, it has. It's nice, Habe agreed. So what do you all think of little bro's blonde girlfriend? Nico asked, taking another stick of dango. I like her. She's got spunk and really cares for little bro plus. If she hurts him, she'll have to answer to us, Habe said. She's cute, but I know my student has her eyes set on him, and she's a kind girl, Kurenai added. You mean the Hyuga girl? Nico asked. Yes, she's nice and quiet, but she's really shy, Kurenai said while munching on some dango. That girl's not shy. She's just not like the other Hyuga. I bet she has a fierce side beneath that shy exterior, Habe remarked. Habe, leave Kurenai's student out of this. Let's focus on Naruto and Ino. Personally, I really like her. She reminds me so much of Kushina that it's uncanny. I think we should keep an eye on her as well, Nico suggested. You're right, we should, Kurenai agreed. Yeah, we might as well look out for her for the little dude, Habe added. Flashback starts. Minato and Kushina had just sealed the Nine Tails within Naruto, preventing it from causing destruction. It's my job as a father to protect and sacrifice for my child, Minato said, gazing at Naruto. And it's my job as his mother to do the same, Kushina replied. Minato looked at her with a serious expression. No, your job is to raise and love our son and train him so he can eventually control the Nine Tails sealed inside him, Minato said, gently cupping Kushina's cheek. But Minato, Kushina protested, if the fox is taken out of me, I won't survive. My body is too weak. Minato and Kushina shared a meaningful look before he swiftly performed several hand signs for a jutsu she had never seen before. After completing the final sign, he placed his palm on her forehead. Kushina, I love you, but you need to be there for Naruto. This jutsu will heal you, but it will take time to work fully. I wish it could be faster, but I'm not as skilled in medical ninjutsu as my mother, Minato said, flashing her his signature smile one last time. Kushina then froze as a crystal enveloped her entire body. He kissed her one final time before using the Flying Thunder God technique to place her in their room. The room was sealed, so whenever a family member entered, she would awaken. Minato then completed the sealing of the Nine Tails into Naruto and passed away. Over the years, Kushina healed but remained in slumber, as no one had entered the house since that night. She waited for the day when Naruto would return home. Tsunade, Shizen, and all of Team 10 arrived back in the village and made their way to report to the Hokage. As they walked through the village, receiving curious stares and whispers from the villagers, they reached the Hokage mansion and entered. Asuma knocked on the door and received an invitation to enter. Upon entering Hiruzen's office, he looked up from his paperwork and smiled at Naruto. So, Naruto, I take it that the mission went well? Hiruzen asked. Yes, it did. It went very well, Naruto replied with a smile. Good to hear, Hiruzen said. Where is Danzo and the other elders? I have some business with them. Tsunade yelled, her fist clenched in determination. They have been taken care of. For too many years, I let them walk all over me and do whatever they wanted. That had to stop, so I had my new top Umbu handle the situation, Hiruzen replied, his tone slightly angered. They're fortunate you granted them that kind of mercy. I would have made them suffer, but I'm glad they're gone nonetheless, Tsunade said, calming down. Maybe so, Hiruzen replied. Well then, I guess we should get going now, Tsunade said. Yes, and welcome back to the village, Tsunade. I'm glad you reunited with your grandson, Hiruzen said. Thank you, sensei, Tsunade replied, bowing her head. As they left the Hokage's mansion, they went their separate ways. Asuma left with Shikamaru, mentioning something about a shogi rematch, while Ino, Naruto, Tsunade, and Shizun stayed together. As they walked down the street, they spotted Sakura, who ran toward them. Ino, seeing this, stepped forward to prevent Sakura from making a mistake. What do you want, forehead? Ino hissed. Sakura stopped in her tracks, bowing her head slightly. Ino, I want to say I'm sorry for the way I acted toward you and Naruto. I am deeply sorry, and I want to apologize for my actions, Sakura said, tears streaming down her cheeks. I want my friend back, she cried. Ino stood there, contemplating Sakura's words before responding. That's all well and good, Sakura, but I'm not sure I can trust you yet. You've done some terrible things to my boyfriend and almost got him hurt. I want my best friend back too, but you're going to have to earn my trust again. If I think you're up to something, that's it. We're done and I won't hold back. I love Naruto with all my heart, and I would do anything for him. Understood? Ino said firmly. I understand, Ino, Sakura replied through her sobs. She wrapped her arms around Ino, hugging her tightly as she cried into her shoulder. I'm glad you do, Sakura, Ino said, returning the embrace. After a few minutes, Sakura broke the hug, wiping her tears away with the backs of her hands. I hope I find someone to love the way you and Naruto love each other. Also, congratulations on your engagement, Ino. I'm really happy for you, Sakura said. Thank you, Sakura. I hope you find someone too, but I have a lot to move into mine and Naruto's new house. Once we're settled, we'll have you over, okay? Ino said. Sounds good. See you around, Ino, Sakura replied, waving as she turned to walk away. Okay, see you then, Ino said, returning the wave. While Ino was talking to Sakura, Naruto, Tsunade, and Shizen headed to Ino's house to prepare for the move. Ino caught up with them as they organized their belongings to move into Naruto's parents' house. I'm so excited to finally see our new house, Whiskers, Ino said. I know, I'm excited too. I hope the house is in good shape, Naruto replied. He then created enough shadow clones to carry all the boxes they were taking over. They traveled to the far side of the village where the house was located. When they arrived, they were surprised by what they saw. There was a large front yard filled with trees and a brick pathway leading to a circular patio space. The pathway led up to the house, forming a welcoming front porch, with unused flower beds on either side. The house itself was enormous, at least 4 stories tall, including the basement, and featured 3 balconies on the top floor. The first floor had a spacious kitchen, 2 bathrooms, a large dining room, and a living room. The second floor contained several bedrooms, his parents' offices, a sizable training dojo, and 2 more bathrooms. The top floor featured larger bedrooms, including the sealed master bedroom, plus 2 additional bathrooms. As they explored the house, the clones began to put things away. A few attempted to open the sealed master bedroom door to store Naruto and Ino's belongings, but they vanished whenever they tried. Realizing what was happening, Naruto made his way up the stairs with Ino and Tsunade following. Shizen stayed on the first floor to check out the kitchen. When they reached the top floor and stood in front of the sealed master bedroom, Tsunade noticed the seal on the door. Naruto, put a little blood on the door handle and channel your chakra as you open it, Tsunade suggested. Naruto nodded, took out a kunai, and cut his thumb, dripping some blood onto the door handle. He then gripped the handle with the same hand and channeled chakra into it as he opened the door. The 3 entered and were shocked by what they saw. There, on the bed, lay Kushina, Naruto's mother, encased in a crystal prison. As they approached the bed, the crystal began to crack, bursting into millions of pieces as Kushina's eyes flew open. Kushina slowly rose from the bed, noticing Tsunade standing next to her with 2 unfamiliar children. All 3 were in shock. Kushina's eyes widened as she turned to Tsunade. Tsunade, is that you? Where's Naruto? How old is he? How long was I asleep? Kushina asked in a panicked state. Tsunade shook her head, trying to calm Kushina down. Kushina, how are you here? I thought you died with Minato when you sealed the fox inside Naruto, Tsunade asked. I was supposed to die, but Minato used some kind of crystal healing jutsu that you created, Kushina explained. The healing crystal cryonics prison jutsu, Tsunade mumbled. Not sure if that's the name, but more importantly, where's my baby, Tsunade? Kushina asked. Naruto felt tears welling up in his eyes. Mom, he said, his voice trembling as tears threatened to fall. Kushina turned towards the boy she saw when she woke up and realized that she had been out longer than she expected. Naruto's sweetheart, Kushina exclaimed as she reached out for him and pulled him into a warm embrace. Mom! Naruto cried out in joy, tears streaming down his face. You've gotten so big now. I missed you so much. Kushina responded with equal joy, her own tears falling. She immediately got out of bed and ran over to Naruto, enveloping him in a tight hug. I really missed you, I can't believe you're here. Naruto said, still overwhelmed. I missed you too, no. You've grown so much, Kushina replied as she released him from the hug. Out of the corner of her eye, Kushina noticed Ino standing next to Naruto. She turned her attention towards the platinum blonde. Naruto, who is this? Kushina asked, looking curiously at Ino. Mom, this is Ino Yamanaka, my girlfriend and the woman I'm engaged to. I love her with all my heart, Naruto said, gripping Ino's hand and flashing her a smile. Yamanaka. Kushina began, drifting into thought before her eyes widened in realization. Wait, you're Sabine's daughter, right? She asked, a bit too enthusiastically. Yes, I am the daughter of Sabine Yamanaka, and I love your son very much, Ino replied proudly. Kushina looked Ino up and down before speaking again. You are the spitting image of your mother. I'm glad my son has found someone who loves him so much. Welcome to the family, Ino. Group hug. Kushina declared, and soon she, Naruto, Ino, and Tsunade were all embracing in a joyful group hug. After a few moments, they broke apart, and Kushina asked the big question. So, how was your life growing up? Tell me everything, she said excitedly. Naruto spent the next few hours recounting his life story to Kushina. He shared how the villagers had treated him poorly and how he had met Ino, Shikamaru, and Asuma. He also talked about how his relationship with Ino had blossomed. Whenever he reached the more difficult parts of his story, Ino held his hand tightly and gently kissed his cheek, offering him comfort. When Naruto finished sharing his life story up to the point they found her, Kushina's anger flared. The village did what to you? Oh, they are so going to pay. Kushina shouted, her long red hair starting to rise as a red aura surrounded her. Kushina, stop this right now. There is a time and place for that, and when the time comes, we will handle it. But until then, just be there for your son, Tsunade said, placing a hand on Kushina's shoulder to calm her down. After taking a moment to relax, Kushina suggested, why don't you all go unpack your things, and I'll prepare a big dinner for everyone? She clapped her hands together, and while Kushina went downstairs to cook, Naruto's shadow clones began unpacking. The next day, Naruto and Ino went to meet their team for scheduled training while Tsunade and Shizune checked out the hospital. Kushina decided to pay a visit to a few people, starting with the Hokage Tower. Upon arriving, she asked the secretary if Hiruzen was in. Yes, the Hokage is in his office, but he is in a meeting. You will have to come back later, the young secretary replied as Kushina walked past her. Kushina paused and slowly turned around to face the secretary. Letting her hair float and releasing a bit of her aura, she made her way up to the Hokage's office. Once at the door, Kushina took a deep breath, kicked it open, and stormed into the room, her aura flaring around her. You! Kushina began, pointing at Hiruzen. You left my son to live on his own at the age of 5. Are you out of your mind? Why didn't you let one of your students or my students take him in? Do you know all the bad things that happened to him? If Naruto would let me, I would make sure every single person who hurt him pays. Kushina shouted, her voice filled with rage. After giving the Hokage a piece of her mind and dealing with a few of his Umbu and a Jonin who tried to intervene, she made her way to one of her best friend's houses, Mabuki Haruno. She knocked on the door and waited. When the door opened, a 13-year-old girl with long pink hair and green eyes, wearing a red dress, greeted her. Hello, little girl. My name is Kushina. Is your mother around? She's a friend of mine, Kushina asked with a smile. No, she's not here right now. She's out at a meeting but she'll be back soon. You said you were a friend of my mother's, the girl replied. Yes, dear, I am. I've been away for a while, but I'm back now and just wanted to catch up with Mabuki, Kushina explained. Well, if you want, you can wait in here with me until she gets back. But when she returns, I have to leave for a team meeting, the pink-haired girl said. That would be lovely, Kushina said as she entered the home and sat on the couch across from the girl. What is your name, dear? My name is Sakura Haruno, the girl stated proudly. That's such a pretty name, Sakura. Your hair is cute too, Kushina complimented with a smile. Why, thank you, Sakura replied. After a brief conversation, the door opened again, and Sakura got up to leave for her team meeting. Bye, Mom. I have a team meeting to get to. I'll see you at dinner, and your friend is waiting for you in the living room, Sakura said as she left the house, closing the door behind her. Sakura left behind a very confused Mabuki Haruno. My friend? What does she mean by, my friend is waiting for me in the living room? Mabuki wondered to herself. As she stepped into the living room, her jaw dropped when she saw Kushina standing there. Hello, Mabuki. How's one of my so-called best friends doing? Kushina said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. I'm doing well, Kushina, but how are you here? I thought you were gone, Mabuki replied, unaware of the sarcasm. Minato used a jutsu to keep me alive so I could be with our son. Yesterday, after 12 long years, I finally met him. And what do I find? One of my so-called best friends has hurt my son. You tried to harm him last month and I want to know why. Kushina exclaimed, her voice rising with anger. Your son died the night he was born. That thing you call a son is a demon, and Mabuki started, but Kushina interrupted her with a swift punch to the ribs, causing Mabuki to gasp in pain. That was 3 ribs. Call my baby that again, and you'll have a matching pair on the other side. Now tell me why you tried to hurt my baby. Kushina shouted. I already told you why. If you can't see what that thing really is, then you're lying to yourself. It's a demon, and nothing you say or do will ever change that fact. Mabuki yelled back defiantly. Kushina then restrained herself, stopping just short of crossing a line. The only reason you're still standing is because of your daughter. I won't harm a mother of a child who still needs her. But this is your final warning. Stay away from my baby, understood? Kushina left Mabuki shaken but alive on the floor and called Tsunade to come heal her and clean up the room. Then she made her way to the Yamanaka flower shop to visit another friend. As she entered, the bell above the door chimed. Hello, welcome to the Yamanaka flower shop. How can I help you? Sabine said, not looking up from her book. Kushina smirked at the familiar scene. What do you get for a friend you haven't seen in over 13 years? She asked. Sabine looked up, her eyes widening in recognition. How are you here? She asked, surprised. Long story, but I wanted to thank you for helping Naruto. You and your husband are like family, and I'm glad your daughter is there for my boy. I definitely approve of her, Kushina said warmly. It's no big deal, Kushina. You and Minato would have done the same for Ino. I'm so glad you're back, I missed you, Sabine replied, pulling Kushina into a hug. I missed you too. Let's go get some tea and catch up. Let Inoichi watch the shop, Kushina suggested, returning the embrace. Sounds like a great idea. Dear, watch the shop, I'm going out with Kushina, Sabine called out. Inoichi shook his head, muttering, I knew she would find a way back. I almost pity anyone who tries to hurt that kid. Meanwhile, Ino and Naruto approached their training ground, where Shikamaru was waiting. Did you hear about the woman with red hair going around the village and confronting people? Shikamaru asked. Nope, didn't hear about it, Naruto replied. Just then, Asuma arrived, sporting a black eye. Hey, I signed you up for the Chunin exams. They're next week. I know you can do it, Asuma announced. I'm out. No way I'm doing that, Shikamaru said. Yes, you will, Shika, or I'll tell your mother, Ino threatened. You're so troublesome, but I guess I'll do it to avoid getting yelled at, Shikamaru sighed. Sweet. We're going to do great in the exams. Naruto exclaimed. As Naruto excitedly talked about their chances, Ino noticed Asuma's black eye. Asuma-sensei, how did you get that? She asked. I tried to save my father from your mother-in-law, Asuma replied. Naruto woke up to sunlight streaming through the bedroom window. He turned to see Ino still asleep beside him, cuddling him. He gently blew air into her ear, causing her to stir. As she began to wake, he playfully liked the inside of her ear. You're gross when you do that, you know, Ino said, opening her eyes and meeting his gaze. Yeah, but you know you love it, Naruto teased with a grin. Maybe I love you, but stop trying to be distracting with your mother in the next room, Ino replied. Just then, they heard a knock at the door. Kushina poked her head in, not fully entering. Don't mind me, you two. I'm ready to be a grandma, so feel free to work on some grandbabies if you want, she teased. Both Ino and Naruto blushed slightly, not embarrassed by the comment but by being caught in their current position. Merry Christmas, Mom, Naruto said as he untangled himself from Ino. Merry Christmas, dear, and Merry Christmas to you too, Ino, Kushina said, starting to leave but stopping to poke her head back in. Before I forget, you two need to get ready. I'll make breakfast, and when Tsunade, Shizun, and Ino's parents arrive, we'll open gifts, she added. Merry Christmas to you too. We'll be down in a minute, Ino replied. I've always wanted you to call me Mom, Ino, Kushina said cheerfully as she went back downstairs. Your mother is so cute, Ino said, kissing Naruto on the nose. Now go shower, and I'll pick out our clothes for today, Ino said. You don't need to pick out my clothes for me, Ino. I'm old enough to do that myself, Naruto huffed, crossing his arms. You're so cute to think that, but you used to wear an orange jumpsuit and take family pictures, so I will be dressing you today, Ino replied. Not cool, Ino-chan, Naruto pouted, turning his head away. Listen, just wear what I put out for you, and I'll make it worth your while, Ino said, stepping a little closer to him. How? Naruto asked, turning back to face her. Ino leaned over and whispered something in his ear, causing him to blush. Okay, deal. Naruto shouted, running full speed into the shower. He is too easy, Ino thought, laughing as she picked out their clothes. Later, when both of them came downstairs after getting dressed, Ino wore a blue dress that reached her knees, her hair down. Naruto came down in black dress pants and a red dress shirt. Kushina looked up from her spot on the couch and smiled at them as they approached. You two look great, Kushina said. There was a knock on the door, and Naruto went to open it. Standing there were Sabine and Inoichi. Merry Christmas, son, Sabine said, beaming. Merry Christmas, kid, Inoichi added. Naruto shook Inoichi's hand, and Sabine pulled him in for a warm hug, kissing him on the cheek. As Ino's parents entered, they wished Kushina a Merry Christmas and sat down at the table for breakfast. A few minutes later, another knock came at the door, this one more forceful. Knowing who it probably was, Naruto got up to answer it. When he opened the door, Tsunade and Shizune stood there. Merry Christmas, Naruto, Tsunade said, kissing him on the forehead. Merry Christmas, Granny, Naruto replied, hugging her. He then turned to Shizune, giving her a hug and saying, Merry Christmas, Auntie. She smiled and kissed him on the cheek. Merry Christmas, Naruto, Shizune said warmly. They all walked in and sat at the table to eat breakfast. Once they finished, it was time for presents. Okay, everyone, time for gifts, Kushina announced happily, putting her hands together. Everyone moved into the family room where the Christmas tree was set up. On the way in, Ino stopped Naruto in the doorway. She pointed up above them, and Naruto looked at her in confusion. It's mistletoe, you have to kiss me, it's tradition, Ino said with a smile. So Naruto leaned in and kissed Ino gently. They were interrupted by Inoichi's playful cough. Hey, lovebirds, it's time for gifts, not romance, Inoichi joked. After apologizing, they began to open gifts. The final gift was Tsunade giving Naruto a blue gem necklace that had been around her neck. The last gift was from Naruto to Ino. She opened the small box to find a diamond ring inside. Ino gasped in shock and turned to Naruto. When she didn't see him right in front of her, she looked down to find him on one knee. Babe, I know we're kind of already engaged, but I wanted to make it official. Ino, I love you with all my heart. Will you marry me? Naruto asked. Tears filled Ino's eyes. Yes, baby, I love you and of course I'll marry you. Ino cried. With a huge smile, Naruto placed the ring on her finger. Everyone congratulated them on their official engagement. Then there was another knock at the door. This time, Ino went to answer it and found the third Hokage with his grandson, Kanomaru, along with Asuma and Shikamaru. They wished her a Merry Christmas and asked if they could come in. She invited them into the family room where everyone else was. Merry Christmas, everyone in the room greeted the newcomers. After exchanging a few hellos, Hiruzen pulled out his gift. Naruto, this is for you. I think your father would want you to have it, Hiruzen said. Naruto unwrapped the gift and stared at it for a moment. It was a three-pronged kunai with a seal on it. Is this what I think it is? Naruto asked. Yes, Naruto, that is your father's kunai with his formula for the flying thunder god, Hiruzen explained. I haven't seen that in years, Tsunade said, looking at the kunai. If anyone can make that formula work, it's you, Kushina said with a smile. The second yellow flash has a nice ring to it, Ino added. That's the most troublesome thing I've heard all day, Shikamaru said lazily. Completely disregarding him, Ino held her hand with the ring towards Shikamaru. Naruto proposed to me today. Ino beamed. I take back what I said, that's the most troublesome thing I've heard all day, Shikamaru said, eyeing the ring. I want you to be my best man at the wedding, Naruto said, placing a hand on Shikamaru's shoulder. I take that back, Shikamaru started, but Ino elbowed him in the ribs, stopping him. I give up, Shikamaru said, throwing his hands up. Congratulations, you guys, Asuma said. Thanks, Asuma-sensei, Naruto replied. Yes, I believe this calls for a toast, Hiruzen said. Tsunade quickly grabbed 9 shot glasses, poured sake into each, and handed them out to everyone but Konohamaru. To the lovely couple. May your love blossom through the end of time. May you always love each other, Tsunade said. Cheers, everyone shouted. They all drank their sake, and Kushina began making dinner. Everyone had a great time, and later, before dinner, they took a family photo with everyone present that day. Later that night, everyone went home after enjoying a feast. Ino and Naruto settled into bed, and Ino leaned in to kiss Naruto softly. After a few moments, she broke the kiss. Remember that thing I said I'd do if you did what I wanted? Ino teased. Naruto took a moment before responding, yes. Well, I'm going to do it, Ino said, playfully pulling at his belt as she leaned closer. Ino slowly opened her eyes but closed them again due to the bright sunlight streaming in. When she opened them once more, her eyes had adjusted. She woke up to find her fiancé's arms wrapped around her tightly. Carefully, she wiggled her way out of his grasp and off the bed, making sure not to wake him. After getting off the bed, she headed to the shower to start her day. Once Ino finished her shower and stepped out, she approached her dresser to put on fresh clothes. She donned her usual purple shorts and matching purple shirt, along with her white arm warmers. She bandaged her legs from her knees up to the bottom of her shorts and a bit higher on her thighs. She also wrapped bandages around the bottom of her ribcage, stopping just at her hips. Finally, she tied her hidden leaf headband around her waist like a belt and styled her hair into her signature ponytail. After getting herself ready, she returned to the dresser to prepare things for the boy she loved. She pulled out a pair of black ANBU-style pants, a snug black long-sleeve shirt, and his new cloak adorned with orange flames. Once everything was ready, she made her way back to the bed and carefully sat down on his hips to avoid waking him. Leaning down, she placed gentle kisses on his neck. As Naruto began to stir, she playfully liked his cheek. Come on, sleepyhead, it's time to get up. Today's the big day, and I don't want to be late, Ino said sweetly, her face just inches from his. Naruto blinked sleepily at her before groaning, 5 more minutes. He threw the blankets over his head and rolled onto his side, causing Ino to tumble off his hips and onto the floor. Standing up and dusting herself off, she turned her attention to her lazy fiancé. Naruto, get up or else, Ino insisted. Make me, Naruto whispered back. Okay, just remember you asked for this, Ino replied. She climbed back onto the bed, stood for a moment, and then playfully drop-kicked Naruto out of bed. He flew off the bed and landed against the wall across the room. Kushina entered the room casually after hearing the thud. What's going on here? Kushina asked, glancing between Ino and Naruto, who was now getting up from the wall. Naruto wouldn't get out of bed, so I helped him, Ino replied with an innocent smile. Oh, Minato was the same way. I used to have to get quite creative to wake him up. Ino, you remind me so much of myself, I'm happy to call you my daughter, Kushina laughed. Ino rushed over and hugged her future mother-in-law tightly. Turning back to Naruto, she smiled as he shook his head and grumbled while grabbing his clothes and heading toward the shower. A short time later, Ino, Naruto, and Shikamaru stood in front of the Ninja Academy. Exactly 8 months ago, they had graduated from the academy and were placed on a team together, the fangirl, the lazy genius, and the underdog. Over time, they had grown beyond who they were when they graduated. Ino was no longer just a fangirl, she took her training seriously and was now engaged to Naruto. Naruto, once the underdog, had become one of the strongest in his year, as recognized by Asuma. He had also discovered love for the first time and was determined to hold on to it. Shikamaru remained his laid-back self but was fiercely protective of his teammates. He had grown up with Ino, who felt like a sister to him, although he would never admit it. Naruto had become his best friend, a bond he cherished. Standing side by side, they exchanged smiles until Naruto suddenly shouted, "Let's do this." They entered the academy and made their way to the third floor. As they approached, they noticed other genin trying to enter the exam room. Ino quickly grabbed Naruto and Shikamaru. "Guys, this isn't the third floor. They're using a genjutsu to weed out the weaker genin," she whispered. The boys nodded, and the team continued up to the real third floor. Upon reaching the testing room, they spotted Asuma waiting for them. "Asuma-sensei, why are you here?" Ino asked. "Oh, I'm just here to tell you that no matter what happens, you've made me proud. Now go in there, give it your all, and make me some money," Asuma replied with a grin. "Wait, how are we making you money, sensei?" Naruto asked, tilting his head in confusion. "Because I'm betting on you guys with the other Jonin senseis," Asuma said before flickering away. "Darn it, he still hasn't shown me how to do that technique," Naruto exclaimed. "Come on, Naruto, we have more important things to focus on than some troublesome technique," Shikamaru said, grabbing the collar of Naruto's cloak and pulling him into the room. Inside the testing room, about half the seats were filled. Naruto spotted Kurenai and walked over to her. "Hi, Kurenai-sensei. I just wanted to thank you for what you tried to do for me when I was little and for checking up on me from time to time," Naruto said with a smile. "You're welcome, Naruto, and good luck. We'll talk later after the exams are over, okay? I'm excited to see our mother again." Kurenai replied cheerfully as she walked away. After their exchange, Naruto returned to his teammates, only to find Team 8 sitting in front of them. Kiba turned around and sneered, "I guess they let anyone in here if they let the underdog in." Naruto shot Kiba a glare as he continued his taunts. "Naruto, thinking you could become a Chunin is laughable. I don't know how you even made it as a genin. Your techniques are as weak as you are." "Shut up, Kiba. You're just being annoying," Ino retorted. "And just so you know, Naruto is the strongest member of our team. He would easily take you down," Shikamaru said in a relaxed yet serious tone. "That's a joke. Next, you'll tell me he's dating Ino or something," Kiba replied, laughing again. "I am dating him, just so you know. Naruto is a strong and kind person. You're just jealous, and the way you smell keeps girls away," Ino shot back, her anger evident. Kiba fell silent and turned away, upset by her words. Hinata, who had overheard everything, remained quiet, thinking, "Enjoy him now, Ino. Naruto-kun is mine, and there's nothing you can do to stop me." Suddenly, the doors swung open, and smoke filled the front of the classroom. A man with a headband covering his entire scalp entered and stood at the front. "My name is Ibiki Marino, and I will oversee the first stage of the Chunin exams. Everyone, please take a number for your seating arrangements." The students complied. "Now that you're seated, here are the rules for the test. You have 80 minutes to answer the question. The only way to pass is to answer correctly. You cannot talk to anyone, and you may not mark anything other than your answer. You can only speak to me once the time is up. Now, turn your papers over and get started. Any questions?" Ibiki said as he started the timer. A few students raised questions but were dismissed along with their teammates. Naruto flipped his paper over to find a blank page with a number 1 in the top right corner. Panic began to set in. Ino noticed this from her seat and glanced at Shikamaru, who was deep in thought. She was seated at the back in the middle, while Shikamaru was at the front right corner, and Naruto was in the middle of the class, all the way to the left. Ino thought, "Okay, we need to stay calm. Shikamaru can think us through this. We can't talk to each other, but I can connect our minds." She began to meditate, focusing on her mind-reading abilities until she established a link with Naruto and Shikamaru. Then she discreetly performed a few hand signs under the table, mind link jutsu. "Hey guys, can you hear me?" Ino asked. Naruto looked around, confused. "Naruto, relax. I'm speaking in your mind. No one can hear me but you and Shikamaru," Ino reassured him. "Oh, I thought I was going crazy. Do you guys have any idea how to pass this?" Naruto thought. "I might have an idea, but let's see what happens in the next 70 minutes. Keep your eyes open and watch everyone," Shikamaru replied mentally. As the hour passed, they observed team after team being eliminated. Finally, The timer showed 1 minute remaining. The answer is no, Shikamaru thought. Are you sure? Ino asked in her mind. I trust him, he's one of the smartest people we know, Naruto said. They all wrote no on their papers and waited for the final seconds to tick away. Now, let's see who passed, Ibiki announced. He approached each student, declaring pass or fail. When he reached Shikamaru, he said, You pass. After checking everyone, 20 teams remained. Congratulations, you all pass. I'm sure you're wondering about the test. All I'll say is you need to look beneath the surface, Ibiki stated. Just then, the glass of one window shattered, and a woman burst into the room, throwing up a banner with her kunai that read, Proctor of the second exam, the CC and single Anko Mitarashi. She wore an orange miniskirt and a mesh bodysuit, topped with a brown trench coat. It's showtime, everyone. Head to training ground, you have 1 hour to get there, Anko announced before disappearing through the same window. Everyone quickly left. Outside, Team 10 gathered for a brief meeting. Shikamaru, why was the answer no? Ino asked. Well, considering everything he said and the lack of questions on the paper, I thought about his final statement. Any questions? Since we weren't allowed to ask questions, the answer is no. Look beneath the surface, Shikamaru explained. That's why you're the smart one, Shikamaru, Naruto said. Then what am I? Ino asked, feeling a bit left out. You're the cute mind reader who I love, Naruto replied, giving her a warm smile. Ah, I love you too, Whiskers, Ino said, planting a quick kiss on his lips. Troublesome blondes. Let's get to training ground 44 before we fail, Shikamaru said as the three of them headed to the training area. After their team meeting, Team 10 made their way to training ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. A few minutes later, Anko, the proctor for the second part of the exam, appeared. All right, listen up. I'm only going to say this once, so pay attention. Take these consent forms and fill them out. Once that's done, hand them to one of the chunin. Then you'll receive a scroll, either a heaven or earth scroll. Your task is to obtain both scrolls and reach the tower in the center of the forest within 5 days. Killing is permitted in this exam, which is why we had you sign consent forms. We don't want to be held responsible for your deaths. Additionally, if you lose a teammate, you fail. Those who don't make it to the tower within 5 days will also fail. You are not to look at the scrolls until you reach the tower. Now choose your gate and good luck, Anko announced. Team 10 signed their forms and turned them in, standing at their gate when Anko approached them. Okay, here's your earth scroll. The gates will open in 10 minutes. Good luck, Naruto. Me and Nico are rooting for you, Anko said with a wink before walking away. After she left, Ino turned to Naruto with a questioning look. Naruto, do you know who that was? Ino asked. Yeah, I think that was Hibi, Naruto replied. Who's Hibi? Shikamaru inquired. She was one of my Umbu guardians from when I was a little kid, Naruto explained. So what's the plan, Shikamaru? Ino asked. I think our best course of action is to get a heaven scroll as quickly as we can and reach the tower as fast as possible, Shikamaru said thoughtfully. They exchanged nods of understanding. Just then, the horns signaling the start of the exam sounded, and the gate opened as Team 10 rushed in. A few hours later, they paused to catch their breath. It's harder to find other people than I thought, Naruto panted. Suddenly, they heard laughter from above. The trio looked up to see 3 mist ninja jumping down from the trees. Oh, look at what we have here. A little rookie team all alone, one of them taunted. Look at the blonde, she looks like fun. I want to play with her, another mist ninja said with a creepy grin. Team 10 grimaced in disgust. This is troublesome. Just give us your scroll and leave, Shikamaru said lazily. We're not leaving until we've taken you down and had some fun with your blonde-haired teammate, the creep replied. Sorry, I don't swing that way. Naruto shot back. Why, you little? You'll regret that, the creep yelled, launching himself at Naruto. With a smirk, Naruto crossed his fingers in a familiar way. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, he shouted. 100 Narutos charged at the mist team, overwhelming them. Naruto, why didn't you let us help? Ino asked, disappointment on her face. Well, I have more chakra than most, so I want you to save your strength for the next part of the exam, Naruto explained. That's really smart, Whiskers, Ino teased. While they were talking, Shikamaru approached one of the unconscious mist ninja and retrieved a heaven scroll. Oh, would you look at that? A heaven scroll. Let's get moving to the tower, Shikamaru said, pocketing the scroll. As they made their way to the tower, Naruto left one clone behind. The creep mist ninja began to wake up, realizing he was tied to a tree. I have a bone to pick with you. I'm going to make you regret threatening my Ino, Naruto's clone said angrily, charging a blue sphere of chakra in his hands. Please stop, I'm sorry, the creep pleaded, struggling against his restraints. I'm sorry too. Now scream for me. Rasengan. Naruto's clone yelled, slamming the sphere into the creep's midsection. The creep let out a terrified scream before collapsing. The clone then vanished, leaving behind only a flash of red in the blue eyes of Naruto's clone. As Team 10 continued towards the tower, they heard a loud scream echoing from behind them. What do you think that was? Ino asked, glancing back. Naruto, having just received the memories of his clone, smirked. Just some creepy guy getting what he deserved. They ran through the night at top speed, reaching the tower by sunrise. Yes, we made it! Naruto shouted, pumping his fist into the air. They entered the tower and pulled out both scrolls to read them. Crap! They're summoning scrolls! Shikamaru exclaimed. They quickly tossed the scrolls away from them, and smoke began to billow out. When it cleared, Asuma stood before them. Asuma-sensei! Team 10 shouted in unison. Yep, and I just wanted to tell you guys that you're doing great in this exam. I made a lot of money on you all. You're the first team from the Leaf to reach the tower. I'm so proud of you, Asuma said with a smile. So what happens now? Ino asked. For now, you all relax for the next few days in the tower and wait for the third part of the exam to start. So take it easy or train a bit, and I'll see you in 3 days, Asuma said before flickering away. Darn it, just show me how to do that already. Naruto yelled at the spot where Asuma had been. Troublesome, I'm going to bed, Shikamaru said with a yawn as he walked off toward their rooms. I'm going to train a little, Naruto said, heading toward the training area. I think that's a great idea, Shikamaru, Ino said, grabbing Naruto by the collar of his cloak and dragging him toward their team's bunks. 3 days later, all the passing teams were lined up in front of the Hokage and their Jonin senseis, along with the other proctors. Naruto looked around and saw that 7 teams had passed the second part of the exam. About 20 genin were waiting for the third part to begin. He spotted the other Leaf teams, including Team 8, Team 9, and the Sans team. He was surprised to see Team 7 with a pale-looking kid as their new teammate, alongside a team from the Sound Village. He also noticed a team with only 2 members from the Leaf. The Hokage spoke, "Congratulations to all the passing teams. There are too many of you for us to proceed directly into the third part of the Chunin exams, so we will hold a preliminary round before the final round. You will face off one-on-one to ensure a better final exam for everyone to see. I will now hand everything over to the proctor for this part of the exam, Yugao Yuzuki. Hello, I am your proctor for the third part of these exams. In your fights, my word is the law. When I say stop, you stop. I'll call the matches and step in if necessary. Now, the first match is," Yugao paused, looking up at the large screen displaying the matchups. Naruto Senju vs. Kiba Inuzuka. Everyone else, please head up to the balcony and wait for your turn, Yugao announced. As everyone moved to the balcony, Ino pecked Naruto on the lips as she passed him, saying, "For luck." Naruto then turned to Yugao, who smiled back at him. Then he looked at Kiba, who was glaring at him intensely. Up on the balcony, Team 10 was next to Team. Naruto is going to walk over Kiba, Ino said confidently. I'm afraid you're wrong, Ino. As much as I want to see Naruto win, Kiba is very strong, Kurenai replied. How about a bet then, Kurenai? Asuma suggested. What's the bet? Kurenai asked curiously. If Naruto wins, you have to go on a date with me. If Kiba wins, I'll quit smoking because I know how much you hate it, Asuma said. Deal. I can't wait to throw away all your cigarettes right in front of you, Kurenai smirked. Asuma thought to himself, that kid better win because if I lose this bet he's going to pay. You're going down, dead last. I'm going to show everyone just what a joke you are, Kiba growled. We'll see who the joke is, Kiba. Just don't go crying to mom when I beat you, Naruto retorted. Man-beast clone, Kiba said as Akamaru transformed into a clone of Kiba. All fours jutsu. The clone jumped onto Kiba's back, and both of them got down on all fours. This is it for you, dead last. I'm taking you down in one shot with Fong over Fong. Naruto stood quietly and waited, his hands forming two chakra ball behind his back. As Kiba's clones circled him, one came from the left side and the other from the right. Naruto extended both his hands as Kiba and Akamaru collided with the spinning ball of chakra. Rasengan! Naruto shouted. This sent both Kiba and Akamaru crashing into the walls on either side of the tower. Akamaru quickly recovered and ran over to Kiba, but he saw that Kiba was out cold and stuck in the wall. Yugao approached Kiba and assessed the situation. Kiba is unable to fight. The winner is Naruto Senju. Asuma began whistling and put a cigarette in his mouth, lighting it. He blew the smoke in Kurenai's direction and laughed. I'll see you on Saturday at 7, Asuma smirked. Kurenai shook her head. I can't believe he won so easily. Way to go, baby. You're the best. That's why I love you. Ino shouted loudly. Troublesome, Shikamaru mumbled. Naruto's face flushed a deep red at Ino's comments. He made his way up to his team as the screen displayed the next fight. The next match will be Tenten vs Kin, Yugao announced. The two kunoichi made their way down to the arena, prepared for battle. After Tenten had defeated Kin, the board began cycling names. When it stopped, it landed on 2, Ino Yamanaka vs Hinata Hyuga. Hinata smiled, thinking she would finally put the blonde girl who stole her man in her place. Then Naruto would see her as the love of his life. She walked down the stairs from the observation deck to the fighting arena, lost in thought. Ino turned to Naruto and smiled at him. Wish me luck, Whiskers, Ino said, giving him a quick kiss. As she started to head down the stairs, Naruto playfully smacked her on the back. Ino yelped in surprise and shot him a playful glare. You don't need luck, babe, because I believe in you. Believe it, Naruto said, pecking her on the lips. Ino hurried down the stairs to the arena, a big blush on her face. Once she reached the arena, she smiled at her fellow heiress. Let's have a good match, Hinata, Ino said cheerfully. Hinata got into her fighting stance, sending a glare filled with anger toward Ino. Don't talk to me about having a good match, you hussy, Hinata yelled, her voice laced with venom. Ino looked at Hinata in shock. Hinata, we're friends. How dare you talk to me like that? I've always been nice to you. Ino shouted back. Hinata activated her Byakugan. You were my friend until you stole the boy I love. He deserves better than you, you blonde-haired traitor. How did you make him love you? Did you use one of your family's mind tricks when you found out who he was? Or did you just use your charm? Hinata spat. This infuriated Ino more than ever. How dare you say that to me, Hinata? I love Naruto with all my heart. I loved him even before we knew who his family was. The Hyuga princess didn't get what she wanted? Well, because if Naruto loved you, you would have been with him and not me, but he doesn't even love you, he loves me. Ino yelled back, getting into her own fighting stance. This is troublesome, very troublesome, Shikamaru sighed. I don't get why this is happening, Naruto said in confusion. What don't you get, Naruto? Hinata likes you and is upset about you being with Ino, Asuma explained, taking a puff from his cigarette. I know that, Asuma-sense, but I talked to Hinata before Ino and I got together. Flashback start. The day before everyone at the academy graduated, Hinata and Naruto were found sitting on the swings. Today is the day, Hinata said to herself. Naruto, there's something. I want to ask you, Hinata stuttered. Ask away, Hinata. You know you can ask me anything, Naruto replied, looking at her. Hinata played with her fingers, blushing slightly. Why will you go out with me? She asked shyly. Like grab ramen or something else? Because you know I can always go for some ramen, Naruto laughed. Like a date? Hinata asked, still shy. Naruto stopped laughing and looked at her seriously. I'm sorry, Hinata, but I don't like you like that. You're a great friend, but I don't see you that way. I think you will find someone who does like you like that. Believe it, he said, giving her a reassuring smile. Hinata started to tear up, got off the swing, and ran away crying, leaving Naruto sitting there, unsure of what just happened. End of flashback. Naruto stood there, shocked and deep in thought. It's all come down to this, he said to himself. Tsunade, who had been standing next to the Hokage in the observation box, was starting to sweat a little. Come on, Ino, you can do this. Both Kushina and I have been training you hard. Stand up to this girl who is trying to take what's yours, Tsunade said, watching the fight intently. Ready? Fight! Yugao shouted. Both girls moved toward one another. Hinata attempted to strike Ino with a palm to the stomach. I noticed this and intercepted Hinata's attack by hitting her elbow. Ino tried to follow up with a kick, but Hinata dodged just in time. The exchange continued for several minutes, with punches and kicks thrown, some dodged and others landing, but mostly evaded. After a few more moments, they both jumped back to catch their breath. I know you don't even love him. He's just a distraction to you because that Uchiha is gone, and now your goal is to take him from me, Hinata yelled, regaining her breath. I do love him. You don't even know what you're talking about. Ino shot back. Don't know what you're talking about? That's a good one. What are you willing to do to prove that you love him? Because I'm willing to do whatever it takes, Hinata said, a smile creeping onto her face. Ino was taken aback by Hinata's words and lowered her guard. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata unleashed the 8 trigrams, striking Ino with precision. Ino was sent crashing into the wall behind her, struggling to move as her chakra points were disrupted. Hinata stepped in front of her. Now I'll finish this and he will be all mine. You'll just be a bad memory, Hinata declared. Tears streamed down Ino's face as she thought of Naruto. Before Hinata could advance, Yugao intervened, stepping in front of the furious Hyuga heiress. This match's OV Yugao began, but Hinata struck her unexpectedly, knocking the Umbu agent out with a swift palm strike. Hinata stepped over Yugao's unconscious form. Any last words before this is over? Hinata asked darkly. Naruto. I love you, Ino cried as Hinata approached her. Hinata shot one last glare at Ino and aimed for her heart, pushing her hand forward. Tsunade moved to intervene, but she froze, tears streaming down her face as she witnessed the scene unfold. Shikamaru dropped to his knees, devastated by the loss of his teammate, someone he considered a brother. Asuma's cigarette fell from his mouth. Everything had happened so quickly he couldn't react. The Hokage was in disbelief. Kurenai wept. How could you do this? I cared for you and you did this to me. You know how I felt. Enko knelt crying, No, oh God, no. Why? Just outside the temple, Kushina was rushing in, eager to see her son fight. She had been delayed dealing with someone who had been spying on the women's hot springs, giving him a piece of her mind. As she reached the scene, she gasped in horror, seeing Hinata strike Naruto, who had substituted himself for Ino in an attempt to stop the fight. Ino quickly regained her footing and rushed back to Naruto, crying out, No, no, why? She hobbled over to him, finding him barely breathing. Because I love you, were Naruto's last words as he shared a final kiss with Ino before his breath faded. Ino wrapped her arms around him, sobbing, No, please, you can't leave me. I love you too much, Naruto. Please, Naruto. No, my baby, you can't leave me yet. I'm just getting to know you. I love you, my son, please fight. Kushina cried, her voice filled with anguish. Tsunade and Kushina rushed to Ino and Naruto's side. Tsunade immediately began to work on healing him, but his heart was too damaged. We need to get to the hospital now, she shouted. Kushina and Tsunade flickered away with Naruto and Ino. The Hokage, Asuma, and Shikamaru followed, with Enko carrying Yugao to the hospital as well. Hinata stood in shock, realizing what she had done. I can't go on knowing I did this to him. I took the life of the boy I love, she said, pulling a kunai from her holster. She positioned it over her heart and plunged it in, ending her own life. Niji rushed to her side, finding her still breathing. "Hinata, why would you do this? Why take your own life?" he asked. "So I can be with him in the next life. So I can try to make things right for what I just did," Hinata replied, taking her final breath. Shizune was busy with her rounds at the hospital when she heard crying around the corner. Curious, she turned the corner and was shocked by the sight before her. Tsunade was shouting at the nurses and doctors. Tsunade caught sight of Shizune and commanded, "Get the surgical team ready, now." The doctors rushed Naruto into the operating room on a stretcher. Tsunade followed closely behind, glancing back to see Kushina in tears, holding Ino, who was sobbing into her shoulder. Just as she was about to enter the room, Hiruzen appeared. "Tsunade, wait," he said. "What? I don't have time." Tsunade replied, visibly frustrated. "If Naruto is to survive, he will need a new heart, which you already know. There are only 2 people in the village who match his blood and tissue type, you and me. I'm an old fool, and Naruto needs you, so I'll do it. I'm long overdue for it. I'll finally see my wife again. It has been too long. Don't worry about the village, I have things in place if something happens to me," Hiruzen explained. Tsunade nodded, and they both made their way to the surgical room. 2 hours later, Tsunade emerged from the operating room and headed to the waiting area. When she arrived in the waiting room, Tsunade saw Kushina, Ino, Shikamaru, and Asuma, along with Anko, Yugao, Kurinai, and even Kakashi. Everyone looked up at her, eager to hear the news. Tsunade scanned the room again and took a deep breath. "He's going to make it. His body is responding well to the transplant," Tsunade announced. Relief washed over the group, and smiles broke out among them. Asuma stepped out of the room to reflect on his father. Despite their past conflicts, he still loved him. His father had gone out of his way to save someone dear to him, and that was something Asuma respected. Ino and Kushina shed tears of joy, joined by Anko, Kurinai, and Yugao. Shikamaru simply thanked his lucky stars that his troublesome best friend was still alive. Kakashi leaned back, relieved he didn't lose his sensei's son, while casually reading his little orange book. Everyone was so focused on Naruto that they barely noticed him. A few hours later, a figure sat in the Hokage chair, pondering why he had been chosen to be the next Hokage. He took a deep breath and summoned his Umbu. "Call the council for a meeting. Ensure all Jonin and Chunin are present," the figure instructed. The Umbu nodded and hurried off to inform the necessary people. All the current clan heads, the civilian council, and the Jonin and Chunin gathered at the Hokage Tower inside the meeting room. Once everyone arrived, Shikaku Nara decided to speak. "As troublesome as it is, Lord Third has passed. In his last moments, he sent me a letter naming the person who will be the 5th Hokage. He also revealed the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. The letter states that the Uchiha were planning a coup to forcibly take over the Hokage position. Under my orders and those of the elders, Itachi Uchiha was authorized to take out his clan. It was for the good of the village, but it certainly wasn't one of our proudest moments. With that said, I pardon Itachi Uchiha of all crimes and he will be reinstated as a Jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village," Shikaku concluded after reading the letter. "We must recall the Uchiha. This village needs the Sharingan back," a civilian council member shouted. "Who did Sarutobi-sensei name as the 5th Hokage?" Tsunade asked, hoping it wasn't her. Just then, the doors to the meeting room opened. 6 Umbu entered with the new Hokage, who was wearing an Umbu mask. He approached the head of the meeting table and took his seat in the Hokage's chair. As he removed his hat and mask, everyone was left speechless upon seeing his face. The 5th Hokage cleared his throat. "Hello everyone. Clan heads, esteemed council members, Jonin and Chunin. I have gathered you all here for a few reasons. First, let me introduce myself. My name is..." Naruto began to open his eyes, blinking away the sleepiness. He turned his head to the left and saw his mother sleeping in a chair next to his bed. Turning to the right, he noticed Ino sleeping with her head resting on his hand. As Ino stirred, her eyes shot open when she realized Naruto was awake. She sat up and looked at him, her heart swelling with relief. He smiled and gently squeezed her hand. Tears of happiness fell down Ino's face. "I thought I lost you," she exclaimed, her voice trembling. "Ino, don't cry, I'm still here." "You're too beautiful to cry," Naruto replied, causing Ino to blush and try to hide her embarrassment. Kushina stirred at the sound of their voices. Her eyes flew open. "My baby!" Kushina exclaimed, kissing him on the forehead. "I'm sorry to worry you both. I tried to stop her. I couldn't lose you, Ino." "I love you too much," Naruto said, tears beginning to stream down his face. "My name is Itachi Uchiha, and I have a few important things to discuss. First, I want to inform you that during the final round of the Chunin exams, the hidden sound and hidden sand villages will invade us," Itachi said, his tone serious and expressionless. Panic spread through the room. The Jonin and Chunin were visibly concerned about the impending invasion, while the civilians were in a state of chaos. Now that we have addressed that, I am announcing that the final round of the exams will be delayed for an extra month. This will give us time to prepare for battle. Just so you all know, Orochimaru is leading the invasion, Itachi, the fifth Hokage, stated. "This is going to be very troublesome," Shikaku remarked. After a heartfelt family hug, Kushina excused herself to inform Tsunade and her students, who were at the Hokage's meeting, that Naruto was awake. "Naruto?" Ino asked softly. "Yes, Ino," he replied. "I want you to promise me that you're not going to die on me," Ino said, her eyes still a bit red from crying. "I'm not going to die until we're old and gray, and we go quietly into the night together. But if something happens to you, Ino, I don't know if I could go on," Naruto promised. "You think I can go on without you either? You mean everything to me. I love you with all my heart. I told you that the day we decided to be together. I gave you all of my heart from day one," Ino whispered, her voice filled with emotion. Flashback to the training at the cabin. Naruto had just mastered the water walking exercise. He lay at the water's edge, staring up at the sky, lost in thought after what Ino had said to him the previous night. "Sasuke is too focused on himself. I want a man with love and passion," Ino had said. He was still unsure of what to think. Everything had happened so fast. As he lay there, Ino approached and sat down beside him. "What are you thinking about, Naruto?" she asked curiously. "Everything. It's all happening so fast. I haven't had time to think about us really," Naruto replied. "What's there to think about?" Ino asked, tilting her head. "Well, do you really like me, Ino? Because I really hope you do. I've always liked you, even back at the academy. I never said anything because I didn't want to be rejected. If you're just trying to make Sasuke jealous, that would crush me," Naruto confessed. Ino looked at him seriously. "Naruto, look at me. I like you, that's why I wanted to be with you. Sasuke has nothing to do with us anymore. We are Naruto. I give you my heart, my being, and I want you to do the same." She leaned closer, their foreheads almost touching. Ino closed her eyes and pressed her lips gently against Naruto's for the first time. In that moment, Naruto felt the one thing he had always wanted in life, love. Ino made him feel it, and no one else ever had. End of flashback. So we shall postpone the Chunin exams for 1 extra month. We will finish up the preliminaries tomorrow. I will leave the battle plan to you, Shikakunara, Jonin commander. With that out of the way, we must prepare for the funeral of Lord Third. It will be held in 2 days. Meeting dismissed, Itachi announced. Kushina arrived at the Hokage Tower and stood by the door leading into the meeting room. She saw everyone leaving and decided to wait. One by one, her students and Tsunade came out of the room. They grouped together with Asuma, Inoichi, and Kakashi. "So Naruto is awake, and Ino is with him. He looks okay, I'm just so relieved," Kushina said with a sigh of relief. "Good, now he just needs to rest for a month, and he'll be back at 100%, Tsunade replied. "Well, knowing my daughter, she will be taking care of him until he's fully recovered," Inoichi said. "That's not what she'll be doing," Anko smirked, but Kushina quickly punched her lightly in the gut. "Anko, that is not ladylike. I thought we went over this. Your family, and Naruto is your little brother. You shouldn't talk about him like that." As punishment, No dango for a month, Kushina said, causing Anko to pale and gulp. With the Chunin exam finals in 2 months, Naruto can rest and train for the finals, Yugao said. Kushina-sensei, did you know that Naruto can use his father's jutsu? Kurinai asked excitedly. Naruto can use Rasengan and Hiraishin? Kushina exclaimed in shock. It appears so. Naruto is very strong. He is one of Lord Third's inheritors of the Will of Fire, Itachi said as he approached the group. Lord Fifth, how are you finding it back in the village? Asuma asked. It's very good, and it's wonderful to see you again, Aunt Kushina, Itachi replied. Good to see you as well, Itachi. I wish your mother were here. I miss her so much, Kushina said, hugging Itachi for a brief moment. I miss her too. There is actually something I need to discuss with Tsunade. I would also like to speak with your son if you wouldn't mind, Itachi said. Of course, Itachi. We're going to see him now. Would you like to join us? Kushina asked. I can't right now, but I will soon. Tsunade, may I have a few words with you? And Aunt Kushina, we'll talk about my mother later, Itachi said. Everyone left the Hokage mansion for the hospital, except for Itachi and Tsunade. What would you like to discuss, Lord Hokage? Tsunade asked. 3 things actually. 1. Would you, if you want, be one of my advisors? 2. Could you follow me to the Umbu hospital? Itachi said as he started walking. Wait, what was the 3rd thing? Tsunade asked, catching up to him. Itachi pulled out a container that held a liquid and 2 objects inside. Wait, are those? Tsunade asked, surprised. Yes, they are, and the 3rd thing is I want you to transplant them into. Naruto, I don't want to wait to marry you. I don't need to be 16 years old to know that I love you and will love you forever, Ino said. I don't want to wait either, Ino. But we should probably talk to our parents and see if we can move the wedding up, Naruto replied. As Naruto finished that sentence, Kushina, Inoichi, and the others walked in. What is it that you wanted to talk to us about? Inoichi asked. After Naruto and Ino explained their wishes, Inoichi spoke up. So you want to move up the wedding, why? He asked. Ino looked directly at her father. Daddy, I don't need to be 16 years old to know that I want to spend the rest of my life with Naruto, Ino said. Inoichi considered their words, but Naruto decided to speak up. Sir, I love Ino with my entire being. I want to marry her now. Life is too short. I don't want to wait any longer, Naruto said, intertwining his fingers with Ino's. After hearing Naruto's heartfelt words, Inoichi nodded. Naruto Senju, you have respected my daughter from the beginning. You have saved her while putting your own life at risk. You are a man of high character, and I respect you for it. I would love nothing more than to call you son, Inoichi said with a smile. Kushina then stepped up to speak. Ino Yamanaka, you are the daughter I wish I could have had. These last few months have been a joy. Getting to know you and seeing how you care for my son has been wonderful. There aren't many girls I'd be okay with losing my son to, but I'm glad it's you. So we will move the wedding up to the beginning of next month. So, Ino, I'll help you plan the wedding, so in the meantime, we can let the boy rest, Kushina said with a grin. Everyone left the room, allowing Naruto some peace, but he couldn't sleep. He was too excited. He was about to marry the girl of his dreams. Across the village, inside the Umbu hospital, Itachi was speaking with Tsunade. So, can you do it? Itachi asked, his tone curious. After a moment of thought, Tsunade nodded. Yes, I can do it. She will wake up without any issues, Tsunade assured him. Thank you very much, Lady Tsunade, for helping my mother and for being my advisor, Itachi said with a grateful smile. Have you considered the other matter as well? Itachi inquired. I have actually, and I believe it would be beneficial. He has my Senju blood, so if he uses the Mangekyo Sharingan, he won't suffer from the blindness effect, Tsunade explained. Itachi nodded in agreement. I suppose the only thing left is to ask Naruto what he thinks about this, he said. At a tea shop somewhere in the village, Anko, Kurinai, and Yugao were sipping tea. So, how are you holding up, Kurinai? Anko asked, taking a bite of dango. Kurinai took a deep breath. I'm okay. I was very close with Hinata, and when I saw that she almost lost control, It crushed me. Kushina is like a mother to us all. Naruto is our family, and family has to stick together, no matter what, Kurenai replied. Yeah. Family together, family forever. Anko cheered, standing up with her tea in hand. Anko, you are so strange, Yugao said, shaking her head, while Kurenai smiled. A few days passed since Tsunade's conversation with Itachi. Tsunade had completely healed Mikoto Uchiha, and it was time for her to wake up. Tsunade made her hands glow green as she reached forward and touched Mikoto's forehead. Mikoto's eyes opened for the first time in 7 years. Mikoto looked around frantically as she regained her bearings. Where am I? Itachi, what's going on? Where's Sasuke and your father? Mikoto questioned. Please, mother, relax. It has been some time since you were last awake. Just take it easy, Itachi said softly. After that, Tsunade excused herself and went to Naruto's hospital room. Upon entering, she noticed he still had bandages over his eyes. Are you ready to take those bandages off, Naruto? Tsunade asked with a smirk as she approached him. Yeah, I'm ready for these too. Come off. I haven't been able to see Ino for days, Naruto complained. Tsunade chuckled as she removed the bandages from Naruto's eyes and handed him a mirror. Naruto looked into it, surprised to see his blue eyes still intact. I thought my eye color would change to black or something, not stay my original blue, he said in confusion. Tsunade explained that she had performed a complex medical procedure that preserved his eye color. She also mentioned that Itachi had transferred some blood to him so he could activate and deactivate his new eyes at will. The next few days flew by, and soon, word spread that Mikoto was alive. When Kushina heard the news, she was overwhelmed with joy to have her best friend back. She practically rushed into the Umbu hospital to see her. Initially, Mikoto was upset to learn what had happened to her clan and family. However, when she discovered the truth about Sasuke's fate, she felt sadness but also relief that he was no longer a threat. Mikoto was overjoyed that Kushina was still alive. Having her best friend and rival back made life feel complete again. On the day Mikoto was discharged from the hospital, it coincided with Naruto and Ino's wedding. She was thrilled that her godson had found a wonderful girl to settle down with, and a smile spread across her face. We find Naruto standing in a black suit next to his best friend and best man, Shikamaru Nara. Are you sure you want to go through with this, Naruto? It sounds troublesome, the laid-back Nara remarked. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. I love her, and I would do anything for her. But now we need to get you hitched. I see the way you look at that blonde girl from Suna, Naruto teased, laughing. Shikamaru stiffened but soon relaxed, muttering, troublesome. Soon, Sabine started the ceremony by walking down the aisle in a blue strapless dress that stopped at her knees, her blonde hair styled in a tight bun. Next was Kushina, who walked halfway down the aisle before Naruto helped her to her seat. She wore a dark red gown that reached her ankles, her hair flowing straight down her back. Following her was Tsunade, dressed in a low lime green dress with a slit on the right side and her hair styled in a bun. Naruto also assisted his grandmother to her seat. Then the first set of couples walked down the aisle. Linked arm in arm were Kurenai and Asuma. Kurenai wore a purple bridesmaid dress that reached her ankles, her hair styled in a bun. Asuma donned a black suit with his fire emblem tied around his right arm. The next couple was Yugao and Hayate, both in matching purple bridesmaid dresses and black suits. Hayate looked a bit under the weather, trying not to cough. Next were Anko and Kakashi, with Anko in the same dress as the other bridesmaids and her hair in a tight bun. Kakashi wore a black suit and his signature face mask. Following them was Kanemaru, beaming as he walked down the aisle as the ring bearer, followed by Moegi in her little purple flower girl dress. Then Sakura walked down the aisle in her purple bridesmaid dress, her usual short hair straightened. Halfway, Shikamaru met her and they walked arm in arm. Finally, Ino appeared, escorted by her father. As they approached Naruto, he extended his hands to take hers. "Take care of my little girl," Inoichi said as he handed Ino to Naruto. "I will," Naruto replied earnestly. "Hi," Ino said, her smile radiant. "Hi," Naruto replied. They approached the altar where Itachi was waiting to officiate their marriage. Friends, we have gathered here today to witness an important moment in Ino and Naruto's lives. Through their time together, they have seen their love and understanding for each other grow and blossom, and now they have decided to live out the rest of their lives as one. If anyone has just cause why they should not be joined together, let them speak now or forever hold their peace. After a brief pause, Itachi continued, "Good, now let's move on. Repeat after me. I, Ino, take you, Naruto, to be my wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish from this day forward until death do us part. I, Ino, take you, Naruto, to be my wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish from this day forward until death do us part," Ino echoed, following Itachi's lead. Unbeknownst to her, Naruto had prepared his own vows. Ino waited for Itachi to prompt Naruto, but he began speaking instead. "I, Naruto, take you, Ino, to be my wife, my friend, my faithful partner, and my love from this day forward. In the presence of our family and friends, I offer you my solemn vow to be your faithful partner in sickness and in health, in good times and in bad, and in joy as well as sorrow. I promise to love you unconditionally, to support you in your goals, to honor and respect you, to laugh with you and cry with you, and to cherish you, my partner in life and my one true love," Naruto declared as he finished his vows. "I will cherish our union and love you more each day than I did the day before. I will trust you and respect you, laugh with you and cry with you, loving you faithfully through both good and bad, regardless of the obstacles we may face together. I give you my hand, my heart and my love, from this day forward for as long as we both shall live," Ino added, enhancing her vows. "By the power vested in me as the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure, I now pronounce you man and wife. You may now share a kiss," Itachi announced. Naruto and Ino shared their first kiss as a married couple. "I present to you Mr. and Mrs. Ino and Naruto Senju," Itachi announced joyfully. The next few months passed after Naruto and Ino's wedding. Both were undergoing training. Ino was being trained by Tsunade and her father, while Naruto was taught by Asuma and Kushina, as well as Itachi, focusing on his new Sharingan and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. When Shirsui's Sharingan was implanted into Naruto, Itachi also implanted his own. However, Itachi had a plan, as he had Sasuke's Sharingan implanted into himself and now possessed the Eternal Mangekyo. Asuma taught Naruto advanced wind-style jutsu and completed his taijutsu training using his father Minato's style. Then Naruto trained with his mother, who instructed him in Fuinjutsu, Kenjutsu, and shared his father's greatest techniques. She even introduced Naruto to the Flying Thunder God technique, though he was not yet able to use it in battle due to his chakra control not being at the required level, though he could teleport between points. Ino trained with Tsunade, learning medical ninjutsu and precise chakra control, along with the immense strength that accompanied it. She also practiced with her father on the Yamanaka's mind jutsu. Although she wasn't competing in the finals, she was determined not to fall behind her teammates, especially her husband. Shikamaru, much to his dismay, made it to the finals of the Chunin exams. The finals were structured so that Naruto faced Neji first, followed by Gaara against Rock Lee, Tenten against Temari, and finally Shikamaru against Shino. Everyone gathered in the arena where the final part of the exams was taking place, with all participants waiting in the examinee's box for their respective matches to begin. The crowd looked up as the 3rd Hokage took his seat in the Kage booth, next to the 4th Kazekage. They exchanged the usual pleasantries. Unbeknownst to them, Orochimaru was masquerading as the 4th Kazekage, while the 3rd Hokage was actually the 5th Hokage, Itachi Uchiha, who was using a high-level genjutsu to appear as Hiruzen. Then Itachi, disguised as Hiruzen, stood up and addressed the crowd. "Today, 8 shinobi, both men and women, will fight to prove they are worthy of the title and rank of Chunin. Let the matches begin," Itachi announced before sitting back down. Yugao called out the first match. "Will Naruto Namikaze and Neji Hyuga please come down to the arena floor?" The crowd gasped at the name Namikaze, realizing the connection to the fourth Hokage. Niji walked down to the arena floor, focused on what was to come. Everyone looked around for Naruto but couldn't find him. Suddenly, a large explosion erupted in the middle of the arena, blinding everyone with a bright flash of light. When their vision cleared, they saw Naruto standing in the center of the arena, dressed in black ninja sandals, black umbu pants, and a fitted black long-sleeve shirt, with his father's cloak draped over him and his mother's sword strapped to his back. "You must pay for what you have done, Naruto," Niji shouted angrily, pointing at him. "Lady Hinata is gone, and it's all your fault. I must defeat you now so Lady Hinata can have justice," Niji declared, lowering his arm. "Niji," Naruto began, looking at him with a hint of sadness in his voice. "Hinata made her own choice. I'm still sad she's gone too, but revenge won't make you feel any better," Naruto said. "Words will not save you now," Niji yelled as he assumed his fighting stance. Yugao called for the match to begin shortly after. Niji charged at Naruto, attempting to strike him. Naruto focused on defense, constantly moving and dodging Niji's attacks. This continued for a while until Naruto flickered further away and threw kunai at Niji. "Rotation!" Niji shouted. He began to spin, creating a protective dome that deflected all the kunai aimed at him. "Niji, please, don't do this for revenge, it won't bring her back. All you're doing is hurting others. Please. You were my friend, one of the kindest people I knew growing up. I don't want to fight you," Naruto pleaded. "You call me your friend, but you have shamed my family. I'm an outcast because of you. It was bad enough being a branch family member, but because of you, I failed the main house. The main house brands us branch family members and forces us into servitude. Since I was 4 years old, I've lived with that curse. I loved my cousin and did my job to protect the main house and its future leader. But now, because of you, I have failed, and the curse has fallen upon me. I haven't slept soundly in a month. I've suffered because of you." Niji shouted, his anger palpable. Niji removed his head protector to reveal the curse mark, the caged bird seal. "You have no idea what it's like to live with a curse mark and be branded for life," Niji screamed. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, his near shoulder-length blonde hair casting a shadow over his eyes. "Niji," Naruto said quietly, "I know more than you think about living with a curse mark, about being marked for life," he shouted, tearing off his shirt to reveal the seal on his stomach. Gasps filled the crowd as they saw the nine-tailed seal. "This was given to me the day I was born by my father. My father, the fourth Hokage, sealed a demon within me. Because of this seal, for the first 12 years of my life, I faced torment, isolation, and violence. I had no one to turn to, and I tried to end my own life many times, but the demon wouldn't let me die. I was targeted by mobs from our own village. You've only had a glimpse of what my life has been like. I had no one who loved me. I had your cousin, but she couldn't be my friend openly. Every day, I wished for the pain to go away. I was broken and terrified, haunted by memories of running for my life at 5 years old." Naruto shouted, his eyes blazing with determination. In the bleachers, Ino, Kushina, Anko, and Shizen were all in tears. Ino and Shizen wanted to rush down to Naruto and comfort him, assuring him everything would be all right. Tsunade was furious. She had just learned the full extent of her grandson's suffering. Anko felt lost, believing she had done her best to protect Naruto, unaware of how severe his struggles had been. Kushina cried but was already planning to confront those who had hurt her son. "When I find the one who harmed my baby boy, there will be no place for them to hide. Not even Tsunade with her strength will stop me. They will regret what they did," Kushina vowed darkly. "That was until I was placed on Team 10. It's where I truly got to know Asuma-sensei and Shikamaru. I found someone to love in Ino. I'm really sorry things turned out the way they did with Hinata. But in the end, we all choose our destinies. You can too, Niji. Forget your clan. My mother can remove that seal from you. I can help you, Niji. Don't let the cycle of hate blind you," Naruto said, his eyes still glowing with power. Niji looked shocked by Naruto's words, and he began to break down. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed, followed by a blinding light. When the flash of light faded, chaos erupted. In the Kage box, the snake Sannin revealed himself to the third Hokage. Age has made you a weak old man. Now I'm the master, Orochimaru said with a laugh. But when he stopped, he noticed the old man had vanished. Searching for him, he suddenly heard Hiruzen laughing. What is this show, old man? Your beloved village will now be crushed by my hands, and there's nothing you can do about it. Orochimaru declared, his calm demeanor shifting to a maniacal laugh, which ceased when Hiruzen reappeared. You have lost, Orochimaru. Now you will face your end, the old man said with a smile. I think you've gone senile, sensei. Your village lies in ruins. The leaf has been extinguished. You lose, Orochimaru shouted. No, the only one who has lost is you, Orochimaru. You just don't see it yet. From the moment you looked into my eyes, you lost. The old man transformed into Itachi. You see, everything you thought happened only occurred inside your mind. Everything after that blinding light exists only in this universe, and in this universe, I am a god. You're in my Tsukuyami world for the next 72 hours, but in the real world, only 1 second will pass. You won't die until the 72 hours are up. Please enjoy, Itachi laughed. Just like that, the snake Sannin was defeated. He dropped to the ground as Itachi whispered, Amaterasu, and Orochimaru was no more. The war came to an end almost as quickly as it began. With Itachi and Shikamaru's father, Shikaku, a perfect plan was devised to stop the conflict. Itachi sent a letter to the Wind Country's daimyo, informing him of the strategy. When the time came to invade, the Sand Village betrayed Orochimaru and the Sound Village. As a result, Baki was elected as the new Kazekage. His first course of action post-battle was to address Gaara's weak seal, so he consulted with Itachi for assistance. Gaara was attempting to meditate when he was suddenly transported to a room he had never seen before. Panic set in as he looked around. In the corner, he spotted a woman with long, red hair. When their eyes met, she smiled. Stay back. I won't let you hurt me, Gaara shouted. That's not your mother speaking, Gaara. But don't worry, we're going to fix that seal of yours, I promise, the woman said, her smile reassuring as she approached him. Gaara began to panic when his sand did not respond to defend him. Stop. Please, just go away, he pleaded in fear. The woman continued to walk toward him, and when she reached him, he curled up tightly, hugging his legs. She gently placed a hand on his head, and he fell asleep instantly as she began working on his new seal. A few days later, Gaara woke in a bed, confused. He sat up and examined the room, noticing he was in a different place and had an 4 in his arm. Hunger struck him, and as he caught a whiff of food, he got out of bed, realizing he was only in his boxers. However, his hunger overshadowed any embarrassment. When he reached the kitchen, he saw the same woman with red hair from before. She turned to him with a smile as she prepared a plate of food. Please, stay away. Don't hurt me, please, Gaara begged. Oh, sweetie, I'm not going to hurt you. I fixed your seal, so now you can sleep like everyone else. By the way, I'm Kushina Uzumaki. I knew your mother when she was alive, she said warmly. My mother hated me because I caused her death, Gaara replied sadly. No, Kurura loved you. Trust me, a mother knows these things. She gave her life for you because you were her baby. Mothers do that. Love makes you strong enough to protect what's most important, Kushina said, placing the plate of food in front of him as she sat across from him. Meanwhile, Naruto was asleep in his bed. As the morning sun streamed through the window, he slowly opened his eyes, blinking to adjust to the light. When fully awake, he felt a weight on his chest. Lifting the sheets, he gently moved them away from the sleeping form of Ino. He smiled at his wife, stroking her blonde hair. After a few moments, she began to stir. Ino looked up at Naruto, her eyes meeting his. Good morning, Ino, he said with a smile. Morning, Whiskers, she replied, leaning up to kiss him. She got out of bed and walked to her dresser to get ready for the day. Naruto blushed slightly at her outfit, which, while appropriate, felt a bit more revealing than usual. When Ino turned around, she noticed Naruto blushing. Like what you see, Naruto? She teased. He took a moment to admire her. I'd be lying if I said no. You look beautiful, Ino, he replied with a bright smile. Ino beamed at his compliment before heading to the bathroom to shower and change. Naruto got out of bed and dressed in his attire from the Chunin exam finals. Once Ino finished in the bathroom, they both made their way downstairs, drawn by the smell of food. In the kitchen, they found Kushina talking to a red-haired boy who was eating breakfast. Good morning, Mom, they said in unison. Kushina and the boy turned to them. Good morning, sleepyheads. Hope you had a good night, Kushina said with a wink. Naruto and Ino blushed as they sat down at the breakfast table next to each other. Let me get you two some breakfast, Kushina said cheerfully, standing to prepare food. Meanwhile, Naruto introduced himself to the red-haired boy. Hey there, I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Senju, and this is my wife, he said, gesturing to Ino. Her name is Ino Uzumaki Namikaze Senju. After introductions, Gaara looked at them before speaking. My name is Gaara, he said in a monotone voice. Great to meet you, Gaara. I hope we can be friends, Naruto said cheerfully. Gaara's eyes widened slightly. Why would you want to be friends with a monster like me? He asked sadly. Naruto and Ino exchanged glances before Naruto replied, I know what it's like to be treated like a monster. I understand the pain of being looked down upon because of what we carry. That's why I want to be friends with you, Gaara. Tears welled up in Gaara's eyes as he looked at Naruto. Both Naruto and Ino stood up and embraced him, offering comfort in his moment of vulnerability. After Gaara calmed down, Naruto and Ino sat back down just in time for Kushina to return with a plate full of food. Eat up, it's Kushina's breakfast special, she said with a wink and a smile. After they finished their meal, Kushina took the dishes away, leaving Naruto, Ino, and Gaara to talk. Before they could start their conversation, an umbu appeared in front of the table. Gaara quickly summoned sand from his gourd, forming spears in front of the umbu, while Naruto activated his enhanced Sharingan and retrieved a tri-pronged kunai from his weapon pouch. The umbu, looking visibly nervous, said, Naruto-sama, Ino-sama, Lord Hokage requests your presence. He vanished just as quickly as he had come. Looks like we're needed, Naruto said, placing a reassuring hand on Ino's shoulder and asking Gaara to inform his mother of their whereabouts. In a flash, they arrived at the Hokage's office, where they found their teammate Shikamaru waiting. What are you doing here, Shikamaru? Naruto asked. Probably the same reason you are, Shikamaru replied with a yawn. The three members of Team 10 then turned their attention to the fifth Hokage, and Naruto asked, What are we doing here, big bro Itachi? Itachi sat in his Hokage chair, observing the three genin. So, what brings you here, big bro Itachi? Naruto asked, hands behind his head. Ino promptly smacked Naruto on the back of the head. Oh, Ino, why'd you do that? He exclaimed, rubbing the spot where she hit him. You're speaking to the Hokage, Naruto. Show him some respect, Ino scolded, then turned to Itachi, bowing slightly. I'm so sorry, Lord Hokage, she added, prompting Naruto to bow as well. Itachi chuckled at their antics. It's quite all right, Ino-san, he said, raising a hand to signal them to stop. I don't mind if Naruto calls me that since we're technically related by blood now. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, and Ino looked confused. Itachi smiled before explaining, when Naruto had my friend's Sharingan implanted, I gave him some of my blood so he could activate and deactivate it. Shikamaru nodded in understanding, while Ino shrugged, indicating she got the gist. All right, Itachi said, suddenly adopting a serious tone. Now, on to the real reason I called you three here. He reached into a drawer and pulled out 3 vests and certificates. I, Itachi Uchiha, the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure, hereby promote Shikamaru Nara, Ino Uzumaki Namikaze Senju, and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Senju to the rank of Chunin of the village hidden in the leaves, he announced, a rare, genuine smile gracing his face. Shikamaru maintained a neutral expression, but inside he felt elated as he donned his Chunin vest. Ino, on the other hand, cheered and excitedly put on her new vest. Naruto held his vest, staring at it in silence. Ino noticed his lack of reaction and asked with concern, Naruto? Are you okay? A tear fell onto the plastic covering of the vest, revealing that Naruto was crying. Naruto, why are you crying? Ino asked, her voice filled with worry for her husband. Without looking up, Naruto replied, I'm just so happy. He looked up at Itachi, pointing at him with determination. Now I'm one step closer to becoming Hokage, big bro Itachi, he declared, a fierce look of resolve on his face as he slipped the vest on under his cloak. Itachi blinked twice, as if he saw Minato standing before him. You look just like the fourth, Naruto, Itachi remarked, causing Ino and Shikamaru to glance at him. Naruto was dressed in black ninja sandals, black umbu pants, and a snug black long-sleeve shirt, topped with his father's cloak and his mother's sword strapped to his back. Lord Fifth is right, Naruto-kun. You look just like the fourth. Just swap the black for blue and lose the sword, and you'd be a perfect match, Ino added. They're both right, Naruto, Shikamaru agreed. Naruto looked between them, then pulled them in for a group hug. All right, there's actually another reason I have you here, Itachi said, breaking the hug. Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru stood at attention. I need you three, along with your old sensei Asuma Sarutobi, to escort Gaara of the Sand and his two siblings back to the Sand Village. The hidden Sound Village may seek revenge on the Sand for their betrayal, so they might target these three. This request comes from the fifth Kazekage, Itachi announced. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Itachi called. The door opened to reveal Asuma, holding it open as Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro entered the office. Naruto glanced over at Shikamaru and noticed he was staring at Temari, oblivious to the attention. I would like to thank you for this escort home, Lord Hokage, Gaara said, bowing respectfully. It's no problem. I have some of the finest leaf shinobi here to escort you home, Itachi replied, gesturing to the former genin members of Team 10 and their old sensei. Gaara's eyes widened as he looked at the group. Naruto? Ino? He asked. Do you know Gaara? Asuma inquired. Naruto nodded, saying, Yeah, my mom was the one who strengthened his seal so he can sleep like a normal person now. Also, Ino and I are his friends. Temari stepped forward and bowed to Naruto. Thank you for helping my brother, she said. Naruto scratched the back of his head nervously. It was really my mom who helped Gaara, but I'll let her know you said thank you, he replied. Temari nodded and stepped back. All right, I want you all to pack for a week-long mission. We'll meet at the main gate in an hour, Asuma said, and everyone nodded in agreement. Naruto, Asuma, I need to speak with you in private, Itachi said. Ino glanced at Naruto, but he simply kissed her on the forehead and promised to see her later. She nodded and left to prepare for the mission. So, what's up? Naruto asked. I didn't want to say this in front of everyone else, but I received some intel that the Sound Four are targeting the three Sand siblings, Itachi revealed. Okay, I understand why Asuma-sensei needed to hear that, but why do I need to know? Is there something you're not telling me? Naruto questioned. Itachi smirked. Very observant, Naruto, just like Lord Fourth. But you are correct. There is something I haven't shared with you. Itachi activated his Sharingan to read Naruto's body language, and Naruto responded by activating his own eyes. The two locked gazes. What I'm about to tell you must never leave this room, understood? Itachi said with a serious tone. Yes, Lord Hokage, Asuma and Naruto replied in unison. The member of the Sound Four, Tayuya, is part of the Uzumaki clan, Itachi stated. Naruto and Asuma's eyes widened in disbelief. But that's impossible. The only members left are me, my mom, and Ino. Naruto exclaimed, shocked. There is actually another Uzumaki clan member named Karen Uzumaki. She was affiliated with Orochimaru and is likely at one of his hideouts, Itachi explained. Naruto stood there, stunned, before clenching his fist with determination. If that's the case, I'll do everything in my power to bring them back to the hidden leaf, he declared resolutely. Itachi nodded, and Asuma smiled at his former student. After their conversation, Asuma and Naruto left the Hokage's office and returned home to prepare for the mission. Upon entering his house, Naruto sensed danger and quickly jumped to avoid a bone-crushing hug from his mother. I love your hugs, Mom, but I'm not ready to meet my end just yet, Naruto said as he landed. Kushina turned around faster than he expected, catching him in her embrace. I just wanted to hug my son and congratulate him on becoming a Chunin and getting his first mission, she said joyfully, tightening her grip. Sirat can't breathe. Naruto gasped, struggling for air. Kushina immediately released him, her face filled with guilt as he caught his breath. I'm so sorry, Naruto, she said. It's fine, Mom. Believe it, he replied, giving her a thumbs up. Kushina finally took a good look at her son and rubbed her eyes, thinking he resembled Minato. You look just like your father, she said with a beaming smile. Naruto excused himself to pack for the mission, ensuring he included scrolls on chakra control and medical ninjutsu, as his mother suggested. Those skills required precise chakra control and could help him with other jutsu while also granting him the super strength of his grandmother. After leaving the house in a yellow flash, he arrived at the front gate where everyone was waiting. All right, everyone, keep a lookout, Asuma instructed, and they all began to run toward the Sand Village. The Sand siblings and Team 10 leaped through the trees at high speeds, hoping to reach the Sand Village quickly. As they ran, Ino jumped next to Naruto. Hey, Naruto, what did Lord Fifth need to tell you and Asuma-sensei? Ino asked. Naruto glanced at Asuma, who nodded, giving him the go-ahead to share. Big Bro Itachi held us back to tell us that a group called the Sound Four is targeting Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, Naruto explained. Ino's eyes widened. Are you serious? Did you tell your mom yet? She whispered urgently. Naruto shook his head. No, I didn't have time to tell her because I had to pack for the mission, he replied. But you'll tell her when we get back, right? Ino pressed, and Naruto nodded. They continued running without any complications. As the sun began to set, Asuma instructed everyone to set up camp for the night. All right, everyone, let's set up camp here for the night. We'll continue moving in the morning, Asuma said as they landed in a reasonably sized clearing. Everyone nodded and began to set up their tents. Once settled, they gathered around the fire Asuma had started. By the time everyone finished, Asuma had dinner ready. Ino commented on the food. Wow, Asuma-sensei. This actually tastes good. And what's that supposed to mean, Ino? Asuma asked, feigning offense. It means Kurenai is teaching you a thing or two, Naruto teased with a smirk. I don't know what you're talking about. Asuma stammered, turning his head away. Oh, Asuma-sensei loves Kurenai-sensei. Ino sang playfully. Asuma lowered his head, while Naruto patted his former sensei's shoulder. Don't worry, sensei. Ino just likes to tease a lot. Naruto reassured him. Sounds like you speak from experience, Naruto, Gaara remarked in his usual emotionless tone. Shikamaru and Temari nearly choked on their tea, while Kankuro rolled on the ground in laughter. Asuma chuckled, and both Naruto and Ino turned bright red. Gaara looked around, confused. What? Did I say something wrong? He asked. No, Gaara, you just shocked us, that's all, Naruto replied, recovering from the moment. Gaara nodded in understanding and returned to eating his food. The rest of the time was spent in silence, and after everyone finished their meals, they headed to sleep, with Asuma and Naruto on guard duty first. Naruto was perched on a tree branch, meditating and focusing on sensing his surroundings. He was trying to expand his sensing range. Ever since he discovered he was a sensor, he had trained every day, gradually extending his range. He was deep in concentration, but he had a shadow clone keeping watch with him. Suddenly, Naruto opened his eyes and found himself in a dark, sewer-like place. Where am I? Naruto wondered aloud as he stood up. He looked around and began to walk forward. After a while, he entered a massive room with enormous barred doors, the kanji for 9 inscribed above them. He stepped further into the room and halted when he noticed a pair of glowing red eyes glaring at him. I guess my jailer has finally decided to show himself. A deep voice growled from behind the bars. I'm assuming you're the Nine Tails, Naruto said, bowing slightly. It's an honor to meet you. The Nine Tails was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Yes, it is your honor to meet the great Nine Tails Kyuubi, the creature replied arrogantly. Naruto smiled at the Nine Tails, who noticed this and asked, "Why aren't you afraid of me, mortal?" "Should I be?" Naruto replied, tilting his head in confusion. "Everyone fears me. You should too," the Kyuubi yelled, slamming a massive paw against the barred door. Naruto didn't flinch. "What if I said I would release you?" "What's your name?" Naruto asked. The Kyuubi's eyes widened. "No mortal has ever asked me for my name before," it said. "Well, I'll be the first. Besides, I don't want to call my friends something that isn't their name," Naruto said with a smile. The Kyuubi looked shocked. "Why would you see me as a friend?" "I destroyed your village and killed your father," it questioned, unable to hide the surprise in its voice. "First, you didn't completely destroy the village. Second, I've already forgiven you for my dad's death. Holding on to anger and hate isn't good. Plus, you're sealed inside me, so I want to be your friend." Naruto exclaimed excitedly. For the first time since the Sage of Six Paths, the great Kyuubi Kitsune smiled. "Fine, I'll share my name with you. My name is Kurama," it said. "Nice to meet you, Kurama." Naruto replied enthusiastically. "But why would you want to be released? You know what will happen, right?" "I know what will happen, Kurama. I'll die." "You were sealed inside me against your will," Naruto said, floating up to the gate and reaching for the paper tag above the seal. Just before he could remove it, Kurama stopped him. "Brat, stop what you're doing," Kurama shouted. Naruto looked up, confused. "I thought you wanted to be free?" Naruto asked. Kurama looked away as he answered. "I've decided to stay, and because you are being kind, I'll let you use my power as a reward for gaining my respect," Kurama said. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really, Kurama? Thank you, thank you, thank you," Naruto exclaimed, jumping up and down. Kurama chuckled at Naruto's enthusiasm. "I think he might be the one the old man was talking about," Kurama thought to himself. "Hey, brat," Kurama called out. Naruto stopped and looked up. "What is it, Kurama?" he asked. "I was going to say that you won't be able to gain my full power yet because your chakra coils will explode from too much chakra flowing in suddenly, but you will be able to use all the tailed forms, from one tail all the way to 9 tails, Kurama explained. Naruto looked momentarily sad but quickly regained his determination. "Then I'll just train even harder so I can safely wield your awesome power," he declared. "That's the spirit, brat. Also, one more thing before you leave. Can you change the scenery?" Kurama asked. Naruto nodded and envisioned an open plain with forests and mountains, complete with a cave for Kurama to rest in. When he opened his eyes, the surroundings had transformed to match his thoughts. Kurama smiled at the change but noticed the gate was gone. He was about to ask Naruto about it when Naruto pointed to his neck. Kurama looked down and saw a collar with the seal on it. He smirked at Naruto as Naruto waved goodbye and faded from the mindscape. After Naruto left, Kurama decided to explore his new world before settling down in his new cave. As Naruto opened his eyes, he sensed Asuma approaching. He stood up as Asuma arrived. "Everything good over here, Naruto?" Asuma asked. Naruto nodded. "Yep, everything is going well," Naruto replied as he headed to the tent he shared with Ino, slipping into a sleeping bag beside her and drifting off to sleep. The sunlight filtered through the fabric of the tent, waking Naruto. He slowly opened his eyes and blinked a few times to clear the sleep from them. Turning his head, he saw Ino still asleep, her arms wrapped around him and her head resting on his chest. A smile spread across Naruto's face as he gently ran his hand through Ino's hair. She stirred at his touch, and when she woke, she looked up at him. "Morning, Naruto," Ino said, her voice still heavy with sleep. "Good morning, beautiful," Naruto replied, leaning in to give her a quick kiss. "Now that's what I call a good start to the day," Ino said, sitting up and reaching for her clothes. The two began to change into their outfits inside the tent. After they finished, they shared one final kiss before stepping out of the tent. Upon exiting, they were greeted by everyone except for Gaara. "Where's Gaara?" Naruto asked, scanning the area for his friend. "It's been a while since he had some proper sleep, so he's still resting," Temari replied with a smile. "Oh, okay," Naruto said, sitting down to grab breakfast for himself and Ino. After handing Ino her meal, he quickly dug into his own. Slow down there, Naruto, you don't want to choke, Asuma cautioned. Naruto paused and looked at Asuma. I want to try a new move before we leave, he said, resuming his hurried eating. Asuma sighed, shaking his head with a smirk. You never stop training, do you, Naruto? He muttered to himself. Once breakfast was finished, they packed up the camp, leaving Gaara's tent untouched since he was still asleep. Well, I guess until Gaara wakes up, we're stuck here, Asuma said. All right, Ino, follow me, I want to show you something. Naruto exclaimed, grabbing Ino's hand and leading her through the forest to a small clearing. All right, Whiskers, what do you want to show me? Ino asked. It's this, Naruto said, closing his eyes. When he opened them, his blue irises had transformed into a striking blood red with a black slit down the middle. His whisker marks appeared more pronounced, and his canines sharpened slightly. Ino watched in awe as a vibrant red chakra enveloped Naruto, swirling around him without any sign of rage or anger. As the chakra settled, Naruto sprouted 3 tails and fox-like ears, both formed from the energy surrounding him. What is this? Ino stammered, a mix of awe and apprehension in her voice. Last night, I talked to Kurama, and now we're friends, Naruto said, beaming. Ino let out a sigh of relief. Hey, good. I thought, wait. Did you say Kurama? She asked, stepping closer. Yeah, that's right. His name is Kurama, Naruto replied, flashing her a foxy grin. Oh, if you can tell him for me. Thank you for not taking you over, Ino said. You can tell him yourself, Naruto said. Ino looked at him, puzzled, but then heard a different voice. So you're the brat's wife, Kurama said through Naruto. Ino blinked, then replied, why I am. About what you said earlier, you're welcome. Also, thank you for making the brat happy, I like to see him that way, so don't ruin it, Kurama added. You're welcome, Kurama. I promise to make Naruto very happy, Ino said with determination. Inside the seal, Kurama smirked before relinquishing control back to Naruto. So, what did he say? Naruto asked as the chakra retreated, and his features returned to normal. Just to make you happy, Ino replied. Naruto nodded, taking Ino's hand, and instead of walking back, he instantly transported them there. What did you show Ino, Naruto? Shikamaru asked from his seat next to Temari. That's a secret, Naruto said with a mischievous grin. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, muttering, troublesome blondes. Temari promptly smacked him on the head. You idiot, I'm blonde, she retorted angrily. Naruto and Ino struggled to contain their laughter until Naruto noticed Gaara was awake and sitting quietly. Hey Gaara. Sleep well? Naruto called as he approached him. Yes, I did. Thank you for asking, Naruto, Gaara replied in his usual monotone. We really need to get you a girlfriend, bud, Naruto said, giving the redhead a friendly pat on the back. Gaara looked at Naruto, confused, but Naruto simply smiled and walked back to Ino. After chatting for a while longer, Asuma stood up and clapped his hands together. All right, if we run at full speed today, we should reach the sand village by sunset. With that, everyone took off running through the treetops again. Throughout the journey, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. Hey, Kurama, do you sense that? Naruto thought to himself. Yeah, I do. I think it's those sound for idiots. Kid, there's an Uzumaki chakra signature among them, Kurama replied, his tone slightly surprised. Yeah, I know. Her name is Tayuya Uzumaki. She's one of the only Uzumakis left alive besides me, Ino, and someone named Karen, Naruto said as he raced through the trees. They're close. You should tell Asuma, Kurama advised. Quickly thanking Kurama, Naruto sped up to reach. Asuma sighed. What is it, Naruto? Asuma asked. The sound four are surrounding us right now. I suggest we act like nothing has changed and let me handle them, Naruto said, his expression serious. Asuma studied Naruto's face, then sighed as he reached into his weapon pouch, handing Naruto 2 trench daggers. I was going to give these to you later, but it looks like you'll need them. They're special daggers that will allow you to use the Nine Tails chakra safely, Asuma explained. Naruto accepted the daggers and tucked them into his pouch. Thank you, sensei, he said before disappearing in a flicker, concealing his chakra signature, a technique Itachi had taught him. He reappeared behind the Sound Four as they ran. Sending a shadow clone to each member except Tayuya, he commanded them to quickly subdue the others. With a mental signal, Naruto instructed his clones to form a chakra-infused lightning blade and strike at their targets, neutralizing them instantly. The clones dispersed, and Naruto received their information along with the locations of the bodies to collect later. Once that was done, he threw his tri-pronged kunai in front of Tayuya, causing her to stop and scan her surroundings. Naruto flashed to his kunai, retrieved it, and placed it back into his pouch. "Hello there, Tayuya." Naruto greeted the last member of the Sound Four. "What do you want?" Tayuya shouted, her voice laced with hostility. Naruto raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "I just want to talk to a fellow Uzumaki," he said as he stepped forward. Tayuya's eyes widened before narrowing suspiciously. "You're lying. I'm one of the only Uzumakis left." "You don't even have red hair," she exclaimed. "If you won't believe me, then I guess I'll just have to show you," Naruto said, activating his Sharingan. Tayuya's eyes widened as everything around her transformed into the night of the Kyuubi's attack on the Leaf Village. She gasped in horror as she witnessed the massive claw of the nine-tailed fox pierce through a long red-haired woman and a short, spiky blonde-haired man. Despite being under Orochimaru's control and part of the Sound Four, she felt a tug at her heart for the baby she saw on an altar nearby. She rushed toward the child, attempting to lift him to safety, but her hands passed right through him. "What is happening?" Tayuya thought to herself, bewildered. "This was the night the Nine-Tails attacked Konoha," Naruto said from behind her. Tayuya spun around, ready to strike, but her hand went right through him. "This is my world. In here, I am a god. You can only watch and listen," Naruto explained, gesturing back to the scene of the two adults and the child. Turning back, Tayuya saw the man weaving hand signs at a speed she couldn't comprehend, and something appeared behind him, something she couldn't identify. Then she witnessed the Nine-Tails enter both the man and the child. That man sealed half the Nine-Tails inside himself and the other half into his son, Naruto said, stepping closer to Tayuya. Tayuya glanced between Naruto and the child, doing a double-take as she noticed a resemblance. "You don't mean that child is you?" she asked, her voice shaky. Naruto nodded, a tear rolling down his cheek. Tayuya's confusion faded as she realized the adults before her were his parents. I'm sorry for your loss," she said, looking down. "It's not your fault, Tayuya. Do you know who those people are?" Naruto asked. Tayuya shook her head. "That is Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, my father," he began, and Tayuya's eyes widened. "And that woman is my mother, Kushina Uzumaki." As the image faded, Tayuya found herself back in the forest, kneeling with her hands at her sides, staring blankly at the ground. Naruto approached her and knelt down. "I'm sorry I had to show you that, but it was the only way for you to believe me. If there was another way, I would have taken it," he said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Tayuya looked up at him, surprising Naruto not with an attack, but with tears streaming down her face. "Are you okay, Tayuya?" he asked, concern in his voice. Suddenly, she hugged him tightly. Naruto froze for a moment, unsure of how to respond, but then wrapped his arms around her. After a few minutes, Tayuya finally released him. "So I guess I'm not all alone now, am I?" Tayuya said with a small smirk. "Yep, you and I are two of the 5 remaining members of the Uzumaki clan," Naruto replied with a wide grin. Tayuya's eyes widened again. "What? Are you saying there are more Uzumaki clan members?" she exclaimed. Naruto nodded. "Exactly. There's me, my wife Ino, my mom, you, and someone named Karen. We're all that's left." Tayuya looked confused. "Wait a minute, didn't both your parents die?" she asked. "Well, my grandmother is Tsunade Senju, my dad's mother. He used a healing technique on my mom, and now she's alive," Naruto explained. Tayuya opened her mouth as if to ask a question but then shrugged and said, "That makes sense." Naruto's sweat dropped. "Does it hurt you to not curse every 2 seconds?" he asked as they both stood up. "I blame it on the Uzumaki verbal tic or whatever that means," Tayuya replied, crossing her arms. Okay, I have a proposition for you, Naruto said, raising her curiosity. Join me on the rest of my mission, and when it's finished, come back with me and my team to the Hidden Leaf Village. I know the Hokage, and I could help you become a Konoha shinobi while you stay with me, my mom, and my wife at the Uzumaki household, he proposed. Tayuya considered her options. So, either stay a shinobi in a country led by a snake who lied to me about being the only Uzumaki left and risk being killed, or join my cousin in the Hidden Leaf Village and not be killed. Plus, I get to spoil my cousin's kids rotten, she thought. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine, imagining his future children being spoiled. I'll join you on one condition, Tayuya said, her tone serious. Naruto straightened up. What is it? He asked. When you have children, I get to spoil them rotten, she declared. Naruto fell to the ground in shock but quickly got back up. Deal, he said, extending his fist. Tayuya mirrored him, and they shared a fist bump. All right, we should probably get back to the team now, Naruto said, placing a hand on Tayuya's shoulder once more. What are you doing? Tayuya asked, looking confused. Naruto smirked as he used the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing right behind Ino, the love of his life. Man, it is sandy out there, Naruto said, his face close to Ino's. Ino screamed and playfully punched Naruto in the face, but he caught her fist. Is that any way to say hello to your husband, Ino? He teased, giving her a quick kiss. Everyone in the cave chuckled, but when they noticed Tayuya standing behind Naruto, they all jumped to their feet, ready for a fight. Naruto quickly stepped in front of Tayuya. Everyone, calm down, Naruto shouted. They relaxed slightly and sat back down, though tension lingered. Sorry for not introducing her earlier, this is Tayuya Uzumaki, everyone, Naruto said with a smile. The room fell silent, eyes wide when they heard her last name. Ino stood up, extending her hand toward Tayuya with a warm smile. Hello, Tayuya. I'm Ino Uzumaki Senju. I'm so happy that Naruto has more family members, she said cheerfully. Tayuya smiled back and shook Ino's hand. So, you're the wife of my cousin, huh? Nice to meet you, Tayuya replied. Laughter erupted from everyone except Naruto, Shikamaru, and Gaara. I don't get why that's so funny, Naruto asked, sitting down and gesturing for Tayuya to join him. She sat down, glancing around until she noticed a bowl of food in front of her. Looking up, she saw Naruto handing her the food. She gratefully accepted it and began to eat while Naruto asked her questions. But when he asked one particular question, Tayuya froze. Do you want me to remove the curse mark? Naruto inquired. The room fell silent, everyone pausing to listen. What? Tayuya asked, surprised. I want to know if you want that curse mark removed, Naruto repeated. Without hesitation, Tayuya exclaimed, Yes, please. Naruto smiled and began to explain the process. All right, I can get rid of the curse mark by channeling some of Kurama's chakra into you while extracting the curse mark's chakra from your system. Once that's done, I'll return Kurama's chakra to myself, he explained, hovering his hands over Tayuya's curse mark. Are you ready? Naruto asked, and she nodded. Ino, I'll need you to check her afterward. I've never done this before, and I'm not sure what will happen, he added, and Ino nodded, gathering chakra for medical ninjutsu. Turning back to Tayuya, Naruto warned, this might hurt a lot. I've been through worse under Orochimaru's control. I can handle this, Tayuya replied confidently. As Naruto began the extraction, Tayuya cried out in pain, her voice filled with distress. Once the process was complete, she fainted, and Ino sprang into action, checking her over. She's okay. She just needs rest, Ino confirmed as darkness fell outside. All right, everyone, let's get some rest before we reach the sand village tomorrow, Asuma said, lying down, and soon everyone followed suit. Just before Naruto fell asleep, Ino whispered, Hey, Naruto? Yeah, he replied. When we're older, do you want to start a family? Ino asked hesitantly. Naruto lay in silence after her question. Ino turned toward him, concerned when he didn't respond. Naruto? She asked softly. He turned to face her, gazing into her eyes. Ino, he began, I would love nothing more than to start a family with you in the future. I'm just worried that when I become Hokage, I might not be able to see them much, and I want to have a good relationship with our children, he said, cupping her cheek. Ino smiled, placing her hand over his. I like how you said, when you become Hokage, she said with a light giggle. Of course. I'm definitely going to become Hokage, Naruto said, flashing his signature grin. But why worry? Ino asked. Well, I saw all the paperwork Big Bro Itachi has to do, and it probably takes him a while, Naruto explained. Ino thought for a moment before an idea sparked. Why not just use shadow clones? That way, you can finish the work faster and spend plenty of time with our kids, she suggested with a smile. Naruto stared at her, realization dawning on his face. Have I ever told you how brilliantly smart you are, Ino? He asked. Ino put a finger to her chin. You have, but you could say it more often, she replied with a giggle. Naruto laughed before leaning in to kiss her, the moment lingering as they shared a tender connection. What would I do without you, Ino? He said, closing his eyes and wrapping his arms around her as she did the same. When morning arrived, everyone packed up and had a light breakfast before heading out. They made their way to the front gates of the hidden sand village in just a few hours. Upon arrival, they were stopped by the guards at the entrance. Halt! Who are you, and what's your business here? One of the guards asked. We're here on a mission from your Kazekage to escort these three back, Asuma said as he handed the guard the mission scroll. Once the guard read the scroll, he looked up and scanned everyone present. When his gaze landed on Tayuya, he reached for a kunai and lunged at her. He was stopped by a hand grabbing his wrist, the kunai just inches away from Tayuya. The guard glanced over at the owner of the arm, ready to reprimand him, but froze in fear. Naruto had seized the guard's wrist, his eyes glowing red with black slits, and his whiskers appeared longer and wilder. Don't even think about it, or you'll regret it, Naruto said in a voice that echoed with an otherworldly tone. He released the guard's wrist and sent him stumbling back with a swift punch to the abdomen. As Naruto's features returned to normal, he turned to Tayuya, whose eyes were filled with concern. Are you okay, Tayuya? I just feel so weak, I couldn't even defend myself, Tayuya admitted, looking down. Naruto placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and gave it a gentle squeeze. Tayuya looked up at Naruto, who offered her a comforting smile. Don't worry, Tayuya. My mom can teach you everything an Uzumaki should know. I could even ask my grandma to help you, Naruto said, withdrawing his hand. Who's your grandmother? Tayuya asked, intrigued. Oh, my grandmother is one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade Senju, Naruto replied proudly. Tayuya's eyes widened in surprise. Are you serious? Your grandmother is the Tsunade Senju. She's my idol. You have to introduce me. Tayuya exclaimed excitedly, shaking Naruto's arm. After that, the Sand siblings, Team 10, and Tayuya entered the hidden sand village. They walked straight to the Kazekage's office to check in. After a while, they finally reached the front doors of the Kazekage's office. Asuma knocked and a voice called out, Enter. Once inside, Baki looked up from his paperwork, stood, and extended his hand. Thank you for escorting them back. Safely, Baki said as he shook hands with Asuma. It was no problem at all. The journey was smooth, Asuma replied. Baki nodded and turned to the rest of team. I want to congratulate you on becoming Chunin. I heard you fought well in the finals, especially you, Naruto, Baki said, bowing slightly in respect. Thank you, Lord Kazekage, Naruto said, returning the bow respectfully. Now, on to other matters. Since it took a while to get here, I want to offer you for a night in our finest hotel before you leave, Baki suggested. I'm sorry, Lord Kazekage, but we need to return to the Hidden Leaf and report on our mission, Asuma said. But thank you for the kind offer. At the front gates of the Sand Village, Team 10 and their former sensei said goodbye to their new friends. I guess this is goodbye, huh, Gaara? Naruto said. Yes, it is Uzumaki Senju. But I will see you again as a Kage, Gaara replied with a smirk. Naruto's eyes widened before he smirked back and extended his hand. I'll become Hokage before you do, Gaara. Believe it. Naruto declared. Gaara smiled as he shook Naruto's hand. We both have goals to achieve. I wish you luck in yours, Gaara said. You too, Naruto replied, the last words he spoke before he and his team left for the Hidden Leaf Village. Temari walked up next to Gaara, watching as Team 10, Asuma, and Tayuya ran back toward the Hidden Leaf. You know, it's going to take a lot of work for people to accept you in this village, Temari said. Gaara closed his eyes for a moment before opening them. I know, but I will do anything to earn the acceptance of the people in this village. Besides, he said, looking at Temari, I can't lose to Naruto, he added as he walked back into the village. Once they returned to the village, they reported to Itachi about their mission's success. Tsunade was present, and when Naruto asked if she could train Tayuya, Tsunade happily agreed, bringing a smile to Tayuya's face. After Naruto and Ino headed home, Naruto told Ino and his mom that he had something to do. He then left the house and teleported himself to Training Grounds 10, where he sat down to meditate. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in his mind, but the place looked different from what he had created for Kurama. Kurama? Are you there? Naruto called out but received no answer. He looked around and realized he was in a void, with only a floor and 6 standing torches. Frantically searching for the large fox he had befriended, Naruto's eyes landed on an old-looking man with horns protruding from his head and purple eyes with ripples in them. What caught Naruto's attention was that this man was floating. How are you floating and where's Kurama? Naruto shouted, pointing at the old man. All the answers you seek will be revealed, but first, let me introduce myself. I am the Sage of 6 Paths, but you can call me Hagoromo, the old man said. Wait, why are you here? Am I dead? Naruto exclaimed, panic rising in him. This isn't funny, Sage. I have a wife I want to be with, and I haven't even become Hokage yet. Naruto shouted. Worry not, young Naruto, you are not dead. I summoned you, along with all the other tailed beasts, to tell you something, the sage explained, making Naruto's eyes widen. All the tailed beasts? Where's Kurama? Naruto shouted. I'm right here, brat. Calm down, Kurama said, appearing from behind Naruto. Naruto turned around, tears in his eyes, and leaped at Kurama. I thought I lost you. I missed you. Naruto cried out. Brat, cut it out, you're embarrassing me in front of everyone, Kurama said, as laughter echoed from behind Naruto. Turning back, Naruto saw the other 8-tailed beasts, from 1 tail to 8 tails. He stared at them for a moment before returning his attention to the old man in the center. Naruto made his way back over to him and stood in front of him. You said you needed to tell me something? Naruto asked as Hagoromo nodded. My time in this world is shortening. I summoned you here so that I could ask you one question, Hagoromo said. What is it? Naruto inquired, curiosity lighting up his expression. I want you to become my successor and the next sage of 6 paths, Hagoromo declared. Naruto's eyes widened, and a broad grin spread across his face. I'll take this responsibility, and I'll use the power I'm given to unite the shinobi world, believe it, he exclaimed, giving the old sage a thumbs up. Hagoromo chuckled and motioned for Naruto to come closer. I'm going to transfer my power to you now, Naruto. The tailed beast has agreed to help you on this journey by giving you their chakra, Hagoromo explained. Naruto nodded in understanding. I won't fail you, he promised as Hagoromo smiled and placed his hand on Naruto's forehead, transferring his power. Afterward, Naruto's appearance transformed, and 9 black chakra spheres appeared behind him. His appearance changed further as all the tailed beasts bestowed their chakra upon him. The most striking change was in his eyes. Naruto now possessed a 9-tomo Rinne in both. Despite receiving all this power, he kept Kurama sealed within him at Kurama's insistence, though he would never admit it. Naruto looked at his clenched fist. Now I can finally protect my family by bringing peace to the shinobi world. Time skip, 6 years later. Naruto had trained in his new powers for 6 years. During this time, a group known as the Akatsuki initiated what became known as the Fourth Great Ninja War, attempting to seize Naruto's chakra and power. However, the war ended swiftly after a long and arduous battle against the organization's army of White Zetsu. Throughout those 6 years, Tayuya trained with Tsunade and Kushina, becoming a well-known and respected medical shinobi alongside Sakura. Sakura, during this time, worked hard and rekindled her friendships with Ino and Naruto. She even found love in an unexpected place, Gaara. At the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto was appointed Hokage, finally achieving his dream. What he didn't realize was that another dream was about to come true. Having recently turned 20, Naruto was celebrating by tackling paperwork, at least that's what Itachi called it. Itachi had become Naruto's advisor alongside Tsunade. They were discussing the upcoming Chunin exams when Ino burst through the doors, shouting, "Naruto!" Ino exclaimed. Her entrance startled the normally composed Itachi, causing Tsunade to chuckle. Naruto sweat-dropped at his wife's enthusiastic arrival. "Is there something you want to talk about, Ino?" he asked, resting his head on his folded hands. Ino responded by moving a test in Naruto's face. He looked at it, his eyes widening. "Does this mean?" he began, standing up and walking around the desk to stand in front of Ino. Ino nodded happily, tears of joy streaming down her face. "You're going to be a father, Naruto," she shouted, wrapping her arms around him tightly. Naruto embraced her back, tears of joy brimming in his own eyes. By this time, Tsunade and Itachi had stood up and walked over to the expectant parents. "Congratulations, you two," Itachi said in his usual emotionless tone, though it was clear he was happy for Naruto. "Thanks, big bro Itachi," Naruto replied, breaking the hug with Ino. "Lady Tsunade, please check," Ino urged eagerly. Tsunade chuckled at Ino's excitement as her hand glowed green, resting it over Ino's abdomen. Tsunade's happy expression shifted to one of shock. "What is it, Lady Tsunade?" Ino asked, capturing the attention of Naruto and Itachi. "You're not only going to have a baby, but you're going to have twins and they're girls," Tsunade announced joyfully. From the moment he met Ino, Naruto had been uncertain about her. Yet she was the first to accept him for who he truly was. She saw him as Naruto Uzumaki, the man she loved, and now the father of their two daughters. For both Naruto and Ino, they had finally achieved all their dreams.